us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
A very good evening to you all and welcome back to the ESL Pro League qualifiers. Day 2 of South America is ready to get started and we have 4 best of 3s to bring you across 2 streams. It's all to look forward to. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg. We'll be your voices for B stream action for today. How you doing, man?
Yeah, very keen to be able to kick off more South American teams. We're starting off with Sharks and 2Game, and almost feel as if we're in 2018, 2019. We've got Hards out and PKL still going. It's nice to see some of the vets of the scene still competing in 2025.
Indeed. Like I said, 4 best of 3s to bring you over the course of our first shift of the day. And of course, 4 more best of 3s between our 4 streams. Of course, as we saw in the schedule a moment ago, we'll be seeing our upper bracket semi-finals as well, which will be taking place on the other side of the bracket. But we're focusing mostly on our 2Game versus Sharks matchup here on the B stream. A lot of things to focus on when it comes to looking at the veteran element and some of the guys from here yesteryear, I guess you could say, in these 2 lineups, Dweg.
Look at 2Game, and there's a core 3 that's pretty much unknown to the wider variety, to the European audience, or even the higher end of the local scene. I mean, Zerbar, Lucas, and Detroit J, these guys do not have many maps played on HLTV at a top level. They've had very few LAN opportunities, very few opportunities towards the Tier 1 atmosphere. But what we do know is that they're doing quite well locally, and the team itself is starting to rise themselves up the ranks.
We've got the vetoes on screen already here, Dweg. Anubis, Train, and Nuke will be played out throughout the course of this best of 3. We've seen a couple of head-to-heads over the course of the year between these 2 sides, and Nuke and Anubis is shared territory. So I guess for the Sharks side, considering they haven't lost a map against 2Game in previous history, you're probably looking at that as positive, right?
I think Nuke coming in for Sharks looks quite promising towards the tail end, because for Sharks, they pick a lot of Train and they pick a lot of Nuke. That's their 2 go-to maps at the moment. And then even for Anubis, that got picked in the series yesterday for 2Game against Crew. It gets picked the highest out of any other map in the pool. So no real curveballs out of anything. I think the main caveat in that decider is the 6-map winning streak that Sharks have on Nuke. So if 2Game want to try and sort of pull a little bit of an upset, try and end this losing streak against the Sharks organization, they're going to have to put their foot down for a 2-0 for me. I think if we go to that decider, things are going to get quite awkward for them out on Nuke.
I will say there's a lot of positivity on paper, I should be more specific, for the Sharks side because of the nature of who they are, right? They're a team that have been at the higher ends of the South American scene in previous iterations. They look like a very well sort of rehearsed squad, a very decent set of players, right? But 2Game, ever since their formation has started to really rise up the rankings, they've been competing in a lot of good qualifiers, and so there's going to be some credit towards their 54 places gained month on month in the VRS rankings, right?
You'd say so. I mean, a lot of their series wins have been very competitive, even when they won the most recent CCT. I mean, the round of 16, last map decider went all rounds in regulation. Their quarterfinal had an all rounds in regulation against Red Cannons. All rounds in regulation, map 1, map 2. The Bestia grand final went 31-29 on Dust 2, and then 13-11 on Mirage. So all of the wins that they've been taking recently have been what I would say uncomfortable, being tested right to the end. So it probably gives you an assumption that 2Game, when they do win series, they're going to be very competitive. They're going to go to a lot of 3-mappers. My revenge arc for the 2Game side is not only have they lost to the Sharks organization twice, but they got eliminated from the Bucharest closed qualifier. And that's similar here, another closed qualifier. You want to try and see if you can send them down to the lower bracket early. Try and see if you can get a run in the upper bracket here in stage 2 now. Yeah,
I mean, look, it would sort of match up pretty well, right? This is the opening match of stage 2, so doubling in bracket takes effect, and it was during that Bucharest qualifier where during their group 2Game took on Sharks in that opening match, and they took them on during the consolidation final, and that's where both those series went the way of Sharks. So very similar set of circumstances to the way things were back in March for the 2Game side. Their recent rise in prolifery has been the sort of key talking point for 2Game though. So how much could have changed between back then and now?
I think quite a bit. I mean, even the roster itself, they're trying to keep it very stable. They haven't made a roster change in about 4 months or so. And Sharks is basically the organization that make very few changes. They've got a core 4 of RDN, Doc, Gafolo, and Koala that have been going for about 14 months now. The only change recently, which was a couple of months ago, is bringing in new AWPA of Angelo. So we're kind of getting the vibe that 2Game are trying to go for the long haul, just like the Sharks organization is. The difference I find is, first off, Sharks are playing on HLTV a lot more frequently, and their results are a lot more consistent. They were able to place top 3 in ECL, getting themselves only a couple of series away from qualifying to Pro League via that route. We've seen them in the LAN circuit go to Fragadelphia, go to the Fire League events, go to the Odyssey Cups. So not only are they getting experience at the top end of the local scene, but they're even going out to North America. They're getting a lot of officials under their belt, and they're very consistent in online tournaments when we're looking at local teams.
And they are doing well at those particular events as well. Second during the Fragadelphia event, the Odyssey Cup was a straight up win for them, 3-0 Swiss, and taking down some teams that you'll be seeing in this competition, like the XW7M guys, Red Canids as well being in action a little bit later on, Nitro, of course, the ex-teammates that are playing together in this competition and everything. So for the Sharks side, look, they've got a lot of great reputability about them, and there's one of those cases again, Dwayne, where you and I were on the D stream and we were talking about how you got some very reputable, well-known names across their across these matches, taking on some squads that aren't quite as reputable. And even though in this context it's not quite as extreme, you are looking at Sharks as being the favourites as a basis of just that high level of competition they're playing. Now, they're number 12 in the Americas region on VRS, according to HLTV this morning, for a very good reason.
And just knowing that this is an organization that was at ESL Pro League Season 19 last year. Yeah, it's a slightly different roster. RDN is still there. Doc is still there. It's only that it was DRG, Togs, and Surplex. So if you are the boys, the core 2, you're looking at this saying, mate, our eyes are on the prize again. We want to go to Pro League twice.
And so to see if they can do that right here. It's only the opening match of this stage, and already the Sharks are getting straight into their pistol casualties. Doc and Gafolo have opened up onto that B-bomb site. Already Doc has gone down, but they've got that man advantage. They'll put that bomb plant in. The Sharks have kicked things off on the right foot. Can they close out said right foot?
PKL was waiting for contact to come in from the Glyph player and out there towards CT before he can strike out of the water, and the Glocks might just try and take the map control away.
Oh, quick swing from Gafolo. He knows where PKL is. Detroit looks to try and move forward, but he's not ready for Angelo. Kills in across the board from these electric individuals, and Sharks have looked to take early control of this game. Pistol will look to go their way. Zariba will fall, and indeed it's the Sharks to start.
Yeah, there's nothing that Zoba could do there, can you? You've got players out towards main. You've got players out there to electric. That whole round was a little bit heavier in terms of the acceleration. You've got quick contacts coming in from main, and then just immediate entries. PKL was waiting for an extension. It comes, and he just gets absolutely obliterated. What a start from Sharks to make a statement on the T side of Anubis.
Just so confident, so quick, so overwhelming against the opposition. And an example of things to come, perhaps. 2Game will need to try and reapply themselves and deny any more of this overconfidence from the Sharks side, because that could end up being deadly, considering the favoritism that we give to the Sharks team in this context. No force by end of the second round for the 2Game camp.
Now, for the Sharks, they've won 4 out of their past 5 best of 3s, Jay, and the wins that they've all taken have been 2-0s, not being pushed towards a third map of Decider. Now, their Instaban is Dust too, but as for Anubis, it's their lowest played map in the pool. They really don't have many officials on this at all, so there's a chance for 2Game to make a little bit of a statement, finally win a map in this head-to-head. But at the same time, if you are Sharks and you're thinking the 2-0s keep coming in, then that's got to be the prize again.
Well, they still win it when they do get the chance to play, even drawing out 9 rounds over LMP, but during the America's Division matches, they do end up taking the victory still, including again against 2Game during those 2 best of 3s during that Bucharest qualifier. The 2-0 matches, 13-10 and 13-6. So we definitely want to be avoiding the latter of those 2 scoreline examples. And Sharks will have easy control of this eco round. Decent efforts to stack in across the CT sideline there over towards A main. They'll take down 1 player, but that's as far as it will go in terms of casualties.
And a nice achievement today. You've got Koala that's now playing his 300th map for the Sharks organization. This is a guy that came in from the Furia Academy side, had a little bit of time on the Union, Glories, and then at now 19, moving into 20 years old, he moved over to the Sharks organization last year. I'd love to be able to cap off a really good run here in the qualifiers. I mean, how they looked yesterday, They didn't even give Keedstars a look in, and that was a team that we covered, Jay. That was 13-6, 13-4. Now, the biggest statement was probably how one-sided the first halves were of both of those maps. They had a 10-2 CT side first half of Mirage, and then a 10-2 T side first half of Train. So if that's what you were able to achieve yesterday, you're coming in today saying, right, we want to slam teams. We want to just absolutely smoke them, and it's something that they've been able to do against 2Game in the past.
And these first couple of rounds have been pretty smoking of their own, right? But 2Game, we get a chance to resist with the rifle buys quickly inbound for them. They took the harsher eco in the last round so they can bring forward the M4s. Even got a Mac 10 out of it for PKL, so you might hold on to that for a little bit of extra cash. We're not lacking in helmets on the Sharks side, so that won't be like a major threatening weapon in the context of this buy. 2Game. And their first key opportunity off the back of losing that pistol to resist the opposition.
Now, we saw an Anubis pick yesterday from 2Game when they took on the Argentinians of Crew. Now, they only managed a 6-6 first half CT side, went into the second, and I think that's where they started developing a little bit more of their game plan. They started showing a little bit more of their strength. I don't know if 6 CT rounds is going to be enough against the Sharks. I think you always need to try and play up to your opponent, and going up against Crew and now going up against Sharks, you do need to develop. You do need to be able to show a little bit more threat in your overall game plan. And this is a 2-game side that the core 4 has been together since, what, the end of February this year? And then they bring in Detroit about a month later. And you've got Turner as the coach and Linko as an assistant coach, a guy that used to play with Godsense Academy team, the Young Gods in Brazil. So definitely a lot of background staff that can get them prepared and get them ready for this best of 3 today.
A lot of great experience pieces in server today. Sharks obviously been together a little bit longer than the 2-game side as a 5-man or 4-man unit more specifically. Obviously, Angelo is the one guy we're looking at in terms of the newest addition. He brought in a couple of months ago, we're still kind of within that first impressions territory for him as an individual, right?
Yeah, you'd probably say so. I mean, he's only played 49 maps on HLTV and 25 of them have been with Sharks, so that pretty much tells you he's not had a very long pro career, if anything at all. This is a real step up. And to get the idea of getting him involved in some of the LAN events, getting him involved in some of the deeper runs in the online cups, and know that Sharks have previously played at Tier 1 tournaments against different iterations over the years. And this is a real step up in competition for him. But I think we're noticing it quite frequently with a lot of the higher end teams. It started with Imperial picking up Decenti and picking up guys like No Way. I think we're realizing that the top maybe 5 teams in South America, they are testing newer players. They aren't recycling some of the old guard. They're trying to get in with the youth. They're trying to go in with players that haven't had a huge amount of experience and get them ready for that higher level of competition.
Just working their way up the Tier 2 environment, and of course, a crack at Tier 1 for one of the teams involved in our bracket this weekend. It's only day 2 out of 4 we've got coming up over the South American divisions.
Well, you've got Imperial and Legacy on opposite sides of the bracket. So the only opportunity that they're going to meet is basically that upper bracket final. I mean, that's the most likely outcome you would assume. So for everybody else, it's all about trying to upset one of them, isn't it? It's trying to drop Legacy or an Imperial down towards that lower bracket, make it uncomfortable for one of the favorite teams in the comp.
There are some projects I have my eyes on to try see if they can curveball a steal. Unfortunately, Red Cannons and Selva, who are the teams taking on Imperial and Legacy respectively, are not quite on that list.
I just can't believe in 2025, not only Cold Zero is still competing, but Cold Zero is orbing. I mean, what is going on there? What has changed in a career path for a #1 rifler? Yeah, a long time ago, but for him to now be an AWPer.
Well, he's a 30-year-old legend, so give him that. Not the only one as well. A number of veterans involved in server today. PKL, for those of you 1.6 fans, and particularly the Tier 2 of the 1.6. Although it might be best known in Global Offensive for his 2016 to 18 tenure on Luminosity after the Fallen Cold Zero team moved on to SK Gaming and what have you.
Yeah, that would have been, what, Destiny, Yell, those kind of players. I mean, I remember watching him play Pro League Season 5, 6, and 7 with Luminosity, and this is the qualifier for Season 22.
It's been a very long time for individuals like him.
not been a part of too many organizations either. I mean, when you consider how long he's been going for, I mean, G3X is one of his fairly early pro teams. Win Out, a lot of people remember in the local scene. He was on Luminosity for a very long time. And then after that, Wild, Pain, Fluxo, and now here with 2Game. I think certainly in Europe, we find a lot of players that are towards the end of their career, maybe in their 30s, that have had a lot of pro teams under their belt. PKL is not one of them. He's stuck by a lot of organizations for long tenures.
Well, Luminosity was 2016 to 2018, and then the Pain Gaming roster you mentioned a moment ago, that was his other probably notable tenure, but certainly a long tenure, 2019 to 2023, almost exactly. No, actually, okay, so sorry, 4 years and 4 days. Actually, I'm reading the dates right now. February 2nd, 2019 to February 6th. 2023. So, like, that's a pretty insane amount of time to be with any team for any context, be it Tier 2 or Tier 1.
Well, if we're going to look at stats and we're going to look at dates, then we can say congratulations to Kochi, the head coach of Sharks, as today is his 8th year anniversary with the Sharks organization.
Wow. Wow, oh wow.
Don't often get that. I think BTN is having a good crack in the Romanian scene with Nexus for just how long he's been a part there, but 8 years being a head coach of one team, that's exceptional. That is one hell of a career note.
Brought Sharks to some relatively high highs as well. In that particular time, coached them in their Stockholm major appearance, for example. And of course, several Pro League appearances. Season 10 in their finals, Season 19. Season 19 was the last time we saw Sharks in a Pro League. So we'd love to see the organization back there for their own individual part of things.
But to think that the head coach's first season was 7 and then your last season was 19 tells you how long you've been going for. It tells you how long you've been pressing. Because, I mean, I certainly remember some of the early seasons of Pro League. Everyone will remember how it was very much international but separated. You had the Americas, you had a lot of the North American teams, you had the Asian representatives, the Oceanic teams. It's only been recently over the last few years that they've kind of put everyone together. But I mean, the round-robin best-of-1 format in NA, that's what I remember. That was my iconic Pro League watching back in the day.
Let's talk about Sharks more in terms of the recent affairs here, Dwag, because about a couple months ago, you and I were doing an ECL broadcast, and we actually had Sharks competing in that particular matchup. And back then, something that came up was, okay, well, listen, they went deep in that Philadelphia event, and that looked pretty good for their own part of things, but has that inflated their ranking too much? And I kind of want to revisit that conversation because since then, we've seen them go 3rd place in ECL South America. They won that Odyssey Cup, and there's been a couple of hiccups here and there. Went out in the first round of the Players with Thunder pick, and also for the most recent CCT South America event. So is that still a conversation to have for Sharks in the modern day?
No, I don't think so. And I think that's probably the whole gist of VRS, is that the more you compete, the better inflated your ranking is from a disillusion. I look at them right now around the 60 marker, and I go, that probably sounds about right. You're in a good position where a lot of your results have been consistent in terms of tournament placings. I don't think they've been getting eliminated by teams that they shouldn't do. I mean, let's even look at the most recent officials. They got eliminated out of the MRQ by Bestia. They got eliminated out of Frag by NIP. The Fire League event, they got eliminated by Imperial. ECL was against Solid. The only one that you can maybe throw up there was Thunderpick most recently with the Red Canids, and then maybe CCT with LP. But if you're looking at a grand scale of the last 3 months, they have been losing to teams that are just better than them, and that's the reason why they're going out of tournaments.
And maybe that's the reason why the ranking has been maintained as a result. I know they lost 7 places in the world from last month to this month, but HLTV actually has them forecast to make a few more points up if we were to update the rankings as of right now. So the bounce back has certainly been in line with Sharks in maintaining their position just inside of that top 17 in the world, and as well as that just outside of the top 10 as well in the Americas division. So for them, they're doing a great job in the domestic sort of scene. I wonder if they're a team you start looking at as trying to make more moves up to the international space. You know, I mean, obviously, we in this particular context, this particular qualifier, we have 2 names that we look at as saying, right, these guys are the favourites to make it into Pro League. But do you see Sharks attending any other international events?
Depends if they keep going to LANs. I mean, they won the Odyssey Cup, and they've now qualified to another local LAN. LAN gives you so many points in the VRS, and teams are being quite naive about it when it comes to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene. The more BYOCs and local LANs you go to, the better opportunities you're going to get in terms of a better VRS to getting to Tier 1. So I would say it depends on the organization. If they continue to do well at local LANs like they've done recently, then I think towards the end of the year, we will certainly see them at least crack one, maybe even two Tier 1 tournaments.
Let's talk 2Game then in terms of their progression, because we're looking at at Sharks as doing, taking the next step by going towards more local lands. 2Game's still very early in terms of their lifespan. They've had a very quick and insane rise to their credit, but is land something they should be thinking about, or is it more of that online grind they need to do?
No, I think it is. I think every team should be. I don't think it matters what region you're in. I mean, we're seeing a lot of Fragadelphia events happening across NA and South America. We're seeing the odd few local lands that are going on across Europe. I think there's definitely more in the Americas than there is in the East right now. But where we sit in the current moment, I think any team that is not basically within the top 30 or 40 in VRS across the world, they should be going to local lands. That is where you're getting your VRS. That's where it's going to be really important for the grind mindset.
Well, I will say that in terms of the online grind mindset, you'll probably see a little bit more of 2Game in the very near future. They won the ESCA Open this past season, so they'll be playing in all 4 of the ESL Challenger League Cups, right? They're going to be in the South American Cups to make some more ranking points and potentially go to that regional final, which will be the new pathway up to the Pro League for them. So a lot of fun things in terms of their potential future. How much do we think that we could see out of that potential future being fulfilled?
Let's just say I'll make a judgment after this qualifier, because I think it depends on how you perform here, right? I mean, we're looking at top 8 teams, try to battle out in a double elim bracket. I think if you go out early, then I'm probably not expecting much. If you end up going towards the top 4, if you end up threatening some of the best teams in the region in this qualifier, then I'd say that it's a little bit more of a positive. So it might be a litmus test through this double elim bracket.
Right now, they are on the back foot of this matchup, and as you may notice, we've kind of brought proceedings to a bit of a halt. Unfortunately, we are facing some packet loss problems from several of the teams involved in the competition today. Imperial also suffering it in their particular matchup. So we'll have to send this one to a break and see if we can fix that up and get right back into the thick of it, because very important matchup for 2Game. Not only revenge, but also their progress in the upper bracket of Stage 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll return with more Anubis here in the ESL Pro League South America qualifier.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
Not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And welcome back. Apologies for the delay, but it seems like our packet loss problems have, well, gone away at this point. Sharks and 2Game ready to go live in with round number 3. Sharks at the pistol and conversion rather convincingly. Time for our first rifle round of the series, Dwayne.
Well, it seems like with starting 3B that they're going to get quite aggressive and look to try and take some space away from B main, try and make an info to the start of the round. I feel for 2Game, especially on the city side of Anubis, when you've failed in so many head-to-heads, when you've struggled to keep games competitive, you need to be very active on this side of the map. If you sit back and you play defensively, it's going to make it very difficult for you to upset against a strong team like Sarks.
They've already felt the wrath of the Sharks side, so 2Game a rough idea of what to expect. But can they deal with it is the next big question. Couldn't do so in the pistol. Have tagged Doc down significantly to kick off round number 3. Not quite dead, but at 32 points of health. He's going to be a bit of a liability now for the round for Sharks.
You're also going to have a lot of teams in local regions, Jay, that just aren't scrimming this map at the moment. With the changes of the map pool, teams, you won't be able to book one for Anubis. So for that reason, it's going to make it quite difficult, and I think we're going to see some gimmicky mistakes as time continues if teams consistently pick this map while it's still in the pool.
Flash forward for Detroit to take his picks in 2-3 to his name as mid is mopped up single-handedly by the man. The Sharks locked out of their first round loss of the series. 2-game exploding into life. Well, Detroit's exploding into life.
That's an excellent flashbang. The timing is just on the money. I mean, right there, you've got a Temple Smoke. You've got what looks to be a fairly easy A split. 2 players coming in from main, 3 in from mid. They just need to focus into camera, and instead, no one's playing anti-flash. Everyone is completely blinded. It's an easy I wouldn't even say it's a transfer, is it? I mean, it's a bit of a lineup. He can get out towards that Nico box, protect himself, and anytime you can get away with 3 kills without even being traded straight away, it tells you how good that flashbang really was. The Sharks will be able to be in a rebuy situation in the next round, but 2-game make a statement in the opening rifle.
A very simple shutdown kind of round for them. Sharks obviously will not be too happy with making those kinds of easy concessions. 2-game side quickly involved into this matchup now with a chance to swing momentum towards their favor. No reserve cash for the Sharks camp. They're going to buy those 3 kills back. Let's see how much they're going to resist.
In the previous round, we didn't see any info plays to come out from 2-game. They had a little bit of a jiggle out there to the electric and into the canals, but in terms of mid, B, and even A directly, they were very defensive. Angelo with the bomb, just trying to see if he can cross out. Quite a bit of early util towards mid, but not a huge amount of mid pressure here from Gafolo.
We've got a minute to play with the Sharks. Press players into their respective positions. Default just set in as standard. HE's again placed well for 2-game. Doing some initial damage if they're not getting the opening kill.
Out towards A, there's no defensive util at all. You've got both of the anchors that have been drawn out, and it's a bit of a misread. The CTs, because it's getting very silent and because there's not a lot of time on the clock, are trying to see if they can make an info. Now, they're separating themselves away from A. This allows the A bomb site to be taken really easily by the T side.
Time is short on them. Sharks start making their moves into the A bomb site. RDN will be the first player forward. Flashbang against the first contact to Heaven. He'll get sprayed down for damage, but he'll get the kill from beyond that. Smokers can follow full 20 seconds on the clock. Need to get that bomb plant in with absolute urgency. And Zariba take the trade. Not quite. Koala is good for another one back towards mid. Coming off one of those rotators. Second man is involved, but vision is blocked. They've got no access directly to the bomb site. They'll start preening in very slowly, but Doc is on a continuous hunt to get behind this smoke. Hiding, waiting for it to fade away. Here at Heaven, gets caught on. RDN picked up first. Ariba trading onto that casualty. Damage is being done towards the CT sideline. Exposed bomb defuse. Eventually gets Doc and Angelo into their respective picks, and Sharks can answer back.
Well, right there from 2-game, they need to be more active. They've got no idea what's happening in that round. There's, 40 seconds on the clock. The A defenders have no util. Yeah, they try and prod out towards mid, but they really needed a prod out towards B. They needed something towards the electric, something towards main, just to give them an idea of the round. It's always very difficult to defend the A bomb site, and if you're not in good positions to do so, you're going to get overwhelmed completely. That was just a comfortable round there from Sharks, and for 2-game, I'm looking at the buy state thinking, right, we're rebuying in, we've got no AWP, we've got an MP9, we've got a lack of util. This could be the team on your map pick going 1-5 down. That's a really slow start on the CT line.
Yeah, still a key possibility. Two-game decided to pick into this map for very good reason. They've got a great track record on it in the local divisions, even beating out Crew during one of their earlier matches in the South American qualifier. The Sharks are a different beast. Nice nades again placed, giving Lucas the opening pick and the second one as well. Gaffolo can trade him. Looking for PKL next, but PKL is not in a position to get traded himself. The SMG only now making his way through the mid door. Now here, both those sets of footsteps rotating back towards the A bomb side. That might be information to telegraph over towards them. The M4 spots a shoulder, does damage to RDN. The Incendiary tries him out into the open, but he can't quite get the punish on. Now the T's are regrouped and they're going in for the hit. PKL's on site though. Zariba gets his kill. RDN is down. PKL close towards the tops. His SMG. And the corner to follow. Gets an awkward spray against PKL. Will cost him his life. Zariba's tagged up himself, but he does hold on to his lifeline and holds on to 3 kills in the round. A second on the board of 2 games.
We just noticed a little bit of individual X factor. You've got Lucas, who's in an advanced position, off angle being held out into the canals. 2 very clean kills before he gets traded. And then Zerba out there towards A. Yes, he's got distraction from his teammate up in heaven. He's got a little bit of movement going out there from the bricks. He ends up getting a triple kill. So that might be something that we have to reflect on from 2 game and see it a little bit more frequently as time goes on, is individuals creating moments, making plays.
And the Sharks, once again, get their lead tested, although forcing into this next round with 1 AK. Doc's got it in his hands, only gets away with damage. It's Angelo to finish off the job against him. Detroit can't quite stabilize his own engagement, so he's going to get forced back. The CTs in general playing behind these smokes have no choice in the matter. They're trying to get ahead of the curve. They're trying to catch Sharks players off guard, but it's not working in this 4-on-4. A second rifle was in T-side hands.
It's an excellent cancel here from Sharks. There's a lot of pressure building out there to Camera and to Temple, just with the util and the amount of CT spam. Don't run through either of those smokes. Slow the round down, start regrouping, start clearing out map control towards the canals. You've already got Koala that's searching, trying to see if any of those electric players have advanced forward. Now, they've got plenty of time on the clock here. They're anticipating a little bit of a flank that could come out from B main. So they're just waiting for the moment. They're waiting to see whether there is going to be a wraparound from the CT side. But it should be an A split. They should contact their way through Camera and then have your late lurk come in from A main to assist.
Walks forward. The M4 of Hard's out to engage. Gets out some damage. Koala and Gaffolo get those easy pickings. And Sharks seem like they're well and truly on for the steal here. A 4v2 post plant. Detroit and Lucas don't even have any diffuse kits with them. I've been some dropped out there towards heaven. I think that maybe Detroit might have spotted one and certainly spotted his dead teammate. M4 of Lucas, a camera, fights against Angelo. That's the kill found. Koala can hear him coming. Take a fight, lose it. 2v2 now. A range game being played, and Lucas is low HP. Wait for the chance to peek in the open. He still gets the kill in. The AK strikes. Knows exactly where Detroit is. Flashbang to suppress the man. He's stalling for time. Detroit's looking to hunt down the casualty. And Gaffolo's already won the round. He'll lock in the kill to seal the deal. And once again, the Sharks side can answer back to 2 games.
It's a pretty poor crossfire out there towards A. I think you've got 2 ways of playing it, Jay. When you know that you've got the better weaponry, you either give respect or you give disrespect. And I feel in that crossfire, when you're jiggling out there in heaven and storage, it sort of is, you're in advanced positions, but you're also quite defensive. I'd like to see a player out there in heaven jiggling and then another player down on maybe the stairs that can watch out from Camera, can spin 180 towards A main. It wasn't very clean. And what we end up finding, because you're jiggling, if you're not getting the kills straight away, it's going to separate the 2 of them. I mean, there's very limited investment coming through from Sharks. They shouldn't have been able to win that round coming through from Camera. And the A players are just completely unsuccessful. And looking at how that retake goes in the 2v4, you just hope that if there's maybe 1-for-1 or even a 2-for-2 with those anchors, that retake is just going to be so much cleaner and so much more easier for 2 game.
Back and forth we will go in this matchup. 2 rounds the Sharks took to gain initial lead is the main buffer that's keeping them had the advantage, but able to extend that advantage with Doc kicking things off well. The force buy is truly returned for the 2-game side. They lack in lost bonus because of the blow-for-blow rounds. And they're just not finding anything with these extensions. The FAMAS, the next victim, the M4 Hearts can drop the bomb carrier, but Koala will trade him, so it's a 4v2. No chance of PKL and teammate to really get anything out of this context. The bomb has free reign. B's now been stacked up. If anyone prods A now, they'll recognize it's open, and then from there, the round is over.
I can appreciate the effort. You're in a limited investment buy where you need something to go right for you, don't you? You need to search for an opening kill. You've got to give yourself a quick advantage. The problem is there's a dry peak solo from the canals without another player in sight, without any util being thrown. And it's just a lazy opening death. It's just one that capitalizes in, what, the first 15 seconds. And then from there, you've just got nothing. I mean, as soon as you lose that kill, the round's basically over because you need to keep searching. You need to keep being on the front foot. Now, you can hope that you can gamble up here on B. But let's be honest, 2v4, this is a miracle if you can hold off on this bomb site.
Doc, easy pickings. There are no miracles for 2-game here today. Frank switching into the M4 to drop his AK over for no one to pick up himself. Either way, the Sharks will be facing against the basic USPs. 2-game do not have any cash to buy back anymore. Certainly wouldn't be worth the force buy. And the eco will lead you back into rifles. Unfortunately for 2-game, with the nature of how the rounds have played out, the sequences that haven't been broken, we're going to 6-2 now for the Sharks side, and then the next rifle to try and stop them from getting the half. This is a very, very difficult circumstance to play from if you are 2-game. And Sharks looking to show that history does indeed repeat itself multiple times over. AK's engaged from RDN, and Doc as well, making light work of that E-push.
And we know that there's some connections between these two organizations in terms of the recent head-to-heads, but did you know that Detroit and Koala were teammates on the Glories organization from January to May last year? And knowing that you're going up against one another, knowing that this rivalry is starting to build, and that you've got a new young AWPer trying to come into the 2-game organization, and Koala is still in his youth when it comes to the early stages of his career. 6-2 is the score, and if you're 2-game, I think you're starting to get quite desperate, aren't you? This is a slow start in which you need to return quickly, otherwise this scoreline is just going to come away from you.
Angelo's kicked things off with an AWP kill onto Detroit. Down in an instant. Sharks really making light work of some of these openings, and the rounds are coming extremely clean for them. Fight of that M4. Still can't get any kills. Shoulder shot on one. Doc does get punished by Hardzao. The AWP has seen 2 players and is wary of PKL, who I think was heard there by RDN. He certainly will know about it here. That bomb still in at Ruggs. Needs to be careful that he doesn't go down alone. Angelo sees and frags out Lucas, and the round is continuing to get picked apart piece by piece here by the Sharks.
Yeah, very clever there, Jay. When all of that pressure is building out to the canals, they know that PKO is close towards A main. They saw another player in the canal, so they know 3 alive, 2 players have already been seen. This must be a heavy contact. So what Gafolo does, he just starts walking mid. He just starts walking the entire area of the map. And that's where Sharks can get themselves in really good positions to now come back and trade. PKL's an easy goner. And then your last player left of Hardzao, they've been searching, they've been waiting, they've been very patient, but they're being completely outread. And I think for 2-game, the issue that they're finding is, first off, they're giving away too many opening fights. And then secondly, they're just struggling in depth in the mid-rounds. They're just being completely outclassed right now.
Well, we talked exactly about the Sharks' favoritism in this series, and 2 games recent rise has certainly been something to behold. If you've been following it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but the difference is that the Sharks are playing at a much more different level, and they're playing a lot more frequently at that level. And for 2-game, Sometimes you just meet an opponent that is just better than you, unfortunately, and right now that's the way it's looking.
And something I'll add too, Jay, is that what we say quite frequently in domestic matchups where we're getting some head-to-heads in recent history is that it's good to change the veto, right? When you're the team that comes out as the loser, you have the opportunity to pick something else. If you're 2Game, you don't in this best of 3 because Dust 2 is the permaban for Sharks, and Dust 2 is a fairly good map pick for 2Game, so that's one option disappeared. Your other option is Train. Now, Train is one of the best maps locally for Sharks. They beat good teams on the region of it. They pick it in a lot of best of 3s. They picked it against Keydstars yesterday. So Dust 2 is not an option. Train is not an option. Anubis is an option. I don't think they've got another map. I don't look at their map pool and say they've got a 4th option. So you kind of get driven into Anubis where you already know we've picked it twice before and we still haven't been able to come out on top.
Unfortunately, it is just one of those things, isn't it? Just the way that the map sort of plays out, the way that things will, work in a veto context with the way that you've set up your own game. It should have been Dust 2 that they could get into in terms of their best map in the pool, but as you say, just not an option available.
And how frequently is that? We get a lot of top teams in almost all regions that struggle against certain teams just because of the map pool bias, just because of the way the veto goes down. There's always your kryptonite, and it might just be the case for 2Game where they don't have a map pool that shapes up nicely against Sharks.
So no doubt in my mind that if Dust 2 was played in this kind of context, a 2Game would at the very least contest against a team of the caliber of Sharks. When you take it into the intricacies of the reason why it's the Sharks permaban, obviously you'd expect them to do particularly well on it. I mean, they've beaten so many teams. I mean, you were going down the list a little bit earlier on. Crew, Keydstars, Vestra in that 31-29 overtime. Bounty Hunters fallen to them. Respectable names at the very least in the South American division. I have to fall back on Anubis, and this is the result of that.
And if you consider that Dust 2 and Anubis are your best maps in the pool, mate, you're going to hate the change of overpass coming in. And it's really going to affect a squad like 2Game if we're looking at projection and we're looking at the bias that could come. I mean, out here towards A, they are trying to brute force their way through the smoke. It's a bit awkward with the pistols up close. That could have got very awkward. I think Sharks will look at that and say, we've got lucky to not lose that many casualties going through our main.
Point blank, couldn't place the PT-50 and the 5.7 any better. And the M4 of Hardzao is good to trade back one player, so to make it expensive, but I think at this stage, with the money being where it is, with the late portions of the half we're approaching, I don't know if expense means much to them. They take down Koala, that might set them up because Angelo's AWP, they're only good for 1 kill at a time. Koala gets that pick in. 5.7's dealt with as well. It's actually an ace for Koala in that round. Sharks take 8 on their own board.
And for 2Game, it's a terrible feeling because the form's been really good for them recently. 8 out of the past 10 best of 3s won on HLTV. They've got quite a lot of 2-0s in there. The factor is, you're going up against a team that you've lost to previously, a team that's also in very good touch. I mean, Sharks have won 9 out of their past 12. And with how they performed against Keydstars yesterday, we're seeing very similar parallels to the series today.
And Detroit's AWP trying to look above the smoke. Flashbangs being sent in. T-side players look on to follow. Caught first, blinded by flashbangs. Still, only one pick comes out of it. Hardzao right through the smoke. Adjusted towards Koala as Angelo fell the same. A big sequence for an all-important third. A consolation prize. Something the 2Game could try and build back with. You know, the last round of the half, Sharks finally facing some resistance here.
That's just unlucky. That's a really good call there from Sharks. They've been pressurizing mid and A so much that they think that they'll probably only start 2B going into round 11. So you go for something a bit quicker, you go for a pop setup, and not only is there 3 on B, but there was a lineup potential out there on the pillar, and it just doesn't quite come in for a multi-frag. So I think that was a good call from the in-game leader there of Gafolo. Just unfortunate that you're running into 3B.
The 5-round streak, because Sharks will not carry it to the end of the half, but they can still make a 9-3 advantage happen right here. Talk about Anubis being one of the most team-sided maps in the pool at the moment. And even with that in mind, 9-3 is a difficult scoreline to battle back from for 2 games. Sharks set towards the A site. 2 players to meet them.
A little bit of a vertical crossfire being made. Depends on the util that comes from the T side line on how successful this is going to be. It's another A lane.
Oh, straight up for Zariba, core flash blinded. PKL hiding behind the pillars, tried to swing in towards the firing squad of T-side players and quickly loses his life as a result of that. Sharks may have already won the round. They'll have to go for a retake on 2 games, but you're not counting much here.
And just completely farmed out on that post. Now Hardzao is attempting, just like what he did in the last round, but you're just getting bombarded with the util, aren't ya?
18 to 13, dead to the hands of Koala. Next man, Aluki, has been seen, takes down only 1. Doc trades in the Orb of Detroit at point blanks in a 1 versus 4, only gets 1 out of 4. It's a 9-3 half, a dominant one for the Sharks.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
Very confident stuff from the Sharks leading into their CT side of things. Again, Anubis is one of the more T-sided maps in the pool. But honestly, Dwayne, Sharks have been looking like a very good unit, just in general, let alone with a T-side advantage.
When you consider it was, what, a 3-2 scoreline from the start, we were going a bit back and forth for the force buy wins. You don't expect a 9-3 half. They got absolutely smoked. That was a farming performance out there in the first half, and I don't think we've got many rounds to play out until this job is finished on Anubis.
Maybe 4 rounds and a half in general. 2-game. T-side pace, trying to quicken, trying to bring the fight back towards the Sharks. They'll suffer heavily to take down Koala. They will draw first ball against the man. The USP can follow only with the 1 pick. PKL takes him right back. Doc is ready for a cross. But no one needs to move there. The bomb's already on site via electric. Angelo gets caught from range by Hardzal, so a 4-on-2. USP start moving on the back lines. They struggle to get that kill in on Detroit. They will get them together in the end of a 2 versus 2. Doc still working down PKL, who's now low HP, as is Doc. Arnie Enzow is tagged to 75, and they're going to try and hunt PKL down. That might give a chance for Zariba to move on to position. USP's around the corner. PKL is picked up. Doc is still low. The last man close, challenges, gives himself away, takes down Doc. RDN swings out wide and gets his kill. Plenty of time for the defuse. It's another pistol win, 2 for 2 for Sharks.
And if you're PKL, you're just fuming because the opening attempts are really successful. You're coming in from the canal quickly. You're sending players into B. You're dropping the anchors, no problem whatsoever. The post plant looks to be fairly successful. You've got players in a B main, you've got players in electric, you've got players out towards default, and you're just missing bullets. You're not getting connections on those crossfires. And at this scoreline, it's just not quite good enough. Hardzal tried his absolute best, but it wasn't enough. I mean, he's someone that played in the ESL Pro League Season 9 LAN finals with Daytona way back in mid-2019, then featured again in Season 17 with Pain only a couple of years ago. This is an experienced player where we're still looking at individual numbers. We have not seen any double digits from anyone from 2-game.
It's an individual outclassing, and there's nothing really too special about it. There's no tactical mastermindery on play. Just Sharks hit, and they hit harder.
But even Hardzal averaging a 1.28 rating on this map in the last 3 months, Detroit at a 1.29. Where are they? Is it a difference of level of caliber? Maybe that's an excuse we can make. I mean, Hardzal's trying to do something out here towards mid. The problem now is he's still got Doc on the A-bomb site, and he hears the rotation coming through from Temple.
Oh, Detroit picked up a Galil and actually managed to find the pick, however. Hardzal challenging the last man out towards that mid-rotation. Koala tagged low, but he gets his kill in. Detroit has been given an even stance in this 1v1. But can he close the 2-game efforts? Can he close the efforts of his teammates? Koala rotating into the back lines. Detroit is wary of that camera position for now because where Koala's last known angle was. But as soon as the timer ticks, as it continues to tick, he's going to start to recognize the potential of a backstab. Eyes set towards heaven, not seeing anything. This is all timing now. I think he's just made his way behind the bricks. Indeed, he has. Backed up in heaven. Smoke to the bomb for Koala. Forced the man out into a fight. Tap it once. Detroit's hunting for his contact, but he looks down as Koala looks up and times it well. It was indeed all a game of timing. The timing works better for Sharks once again.
Really well played there from Koala. He knows that he's got no kit, so there's no way he's going to stick it, especially on low HP. So what you do is you put the smoke down, you try and draw the fight straight away. Hasn't been drawn. Okay, now I need to tap, but I also don't want to expose myself straight away. I want to give myself a couple of seconds, see if he's maybe going to spam, see if he's going to be maybe focused on the smoke and towards the bomb. A 2-game. They had to recover a 2v4, but even still, I think that's a moment that just needs to be taken, doesn't it? If you're not quite closing those moments, if you're not successful in the clutches, then you're just not going to have a chance. And I'm looking at the scoreline of 11-3. Yeah, you've got another gun round in, but what are even the hopes on map 2? I mean, we haven't seen the map picks of the opposition be competitive. It's only been Anubis at times that have shown something. Otherwise, I just don't have a lot of faith going into map 2.
One of those things where the first map has been so overwhelmingly good from one side that it's like you look at the opposing force and it's, what have you shown us in your own map pick that may give us any indication you can bounce back on the opponent's map pick, right? Like, it's just such an overwhelmingly good showing from the Sharks that the 2-game side have been unable to keep up with. And so just thinking about Train as a map in general, the fact that 2-game just don't play it all that often, there's just more points to the tally of the Sharks side.
They do pick it a little bit. I mean, it's their third highest picked map in the pool. I'm trying to think about the series as recently in which they've picked Train. They picked it against the Bounty Hunters in CCT, and they picked it against Red Canids, the MIBR Academy side, and the Swingers in one of the Odyssey Cups. But it's not a map that I would say is too successful for them in comparison to the map pick that's coming through from Sharks on how good they look on Train.
I mean, just as a comparison point, you mentioned those 4 maps they picked in over the course of the last 3 months. Those are the only 4 maps on record on HLTV for 2 games. The Sharks, they've got 9 of them. So let that sort of just, again, tell the tale of the experience that we've been talking about. The main comparison put between these two sides is the fact that Sharks have experienced at a high level that 2 games do not. That experience is demonstrated here on Anubis. I'd imagine that it will be demonstrated well on Train the same. Especially because we may well be very close to the end of this map and we'll be very close to the start of Train with the way things have gone thus far. The Sharks have just hammered down on the gas pedal, not let up at all 2 game. Not being given a chance to respond, let alone gain a response. 2 more to go to the W. Detroit does walk out towards that B bomb site, get a couple of good picks. Angelo's good for a trade. Second man detected in red, and it goes 2 for 2.
They're just furious again. You've got a walk contact that's got a double entry out on B, and it's still somehow a 3v3. You're walking mid while the CTs are walking A. Now, Ruggs is being held very passively, and that's Zerba with the Galil. But he's not looking down to the right-hand side. He's looking out to the canal directly instead.
Another response from Doc in mid. Angelo's not done. Turned into a 3K. Doc is known about, so PKL wisely takes his veteran element and moves it over to that B bomb site for a plant. But can he win the clutch? He's waiting for Doc to counter-rotate through the canals or put that bomb down. Open for Electric. M4 watching from the temple entrance. All timing again for the CT player. He's going to miss his mark on the first contact. Uglift to check out main. PKL's not there. Doc. Incendiary scent, not smoke on his pouch, but fought upon by PKL, who held his patience. Information given over to him, and he plays that clutch to keep 2 game away from and losing at the map point itself. Sharks have a little bit more work to do.
And this is where double eco territory, there's only a couple of options that Sharks have. They can either canal crunch, or they can gamble stack quite heavily. Maybe keep 3 towards B, have a little bit of a prod towards the canal in the mid round, or even towards B main. They've got no MP9 and armor. They're all trying to go pistol armor to get a little bit of extra util forward.
There's a 2 games chance to make up the ground that stands between them and the Sharks. 8 rounds that are good before that previous one come in, so 7 more. And this one should make it 6. It's a forced buy from the Sharks side with only pistols in play. So for 2 games to take this, should be looking down a few more off the back of that as well. Angelo tagged up first, but Doc gets the first kill in. Blind sprays will attempt to get him from beyond that smoke. At 6 points of health, he keeps the weapon and Mac 10 forward. Not a massive one for the CT side, but it's a 5-on-4.
Now watch out for the 2 resmokes, because Koala's got one on B, and then there's another one towards this A-bomb site. So depending on whether that goes down towards main or out towards camera, it could waste quite a bit of time off of the clock. Now there's a gamble stack of 3 players towards A, and the T's are starting to make quite a bit of noise. This is where they might try and go aggressive into camera.
Audience heard him and goes right behind. Fight on Doc, goes in with the kills, they double up. Angelo looking for a triple, is he going to overextend? He's got a teammate inbound with a temple entrance. And RDN uses that distraction to dome a perfect flick to the head. The Galil of Zareba, a 1v3 for him. Molotov's coming in thick and fast, burning him down into the hands of Gafolo. So perfectly sound for the Sharks as they steal the force bite, gets it up with 8 map points.
Do you know what I love about that setup, Jay? Is not only is it really good discipline from the 2 camera players, but notice after Angelo gets the 2 kills with the Mac 10, you could just ego swing there. You could just try and keep the pressure up by swinging instantly. They sort of jiggle, but they don't hard wide swing until the Temple player comes through the smoke. Now, it doesn't even matter. The Temple player didn't get any impact, but it's that discipline of knowing when to react and when to peek as as mass, as units, as heavy CTs. And it's moments to that degree that highlight the quality that Sharks have brought to this first map of the series.
The 2-game are done here on Anubis. Don't have a lot of faith for them over on Train either, so what more do you say outside of that? The Sharks decimated their way through almost every single round on this first map. The opponent's map picking everything, so don't get too encouraged. RDN even having the confidence to peek up towards Ruggs. He's got Doc involved against PKL. We lost Angelo as well there at DC. I don't think it matters though because it's a 4v3.
The mid players have been able to get space, but Hardzow still needs to go back and get that bomb. Now Lucas is hoping to try and catch a timing of getting one of the B players to rotate off. Hardzow's very worried about any aggression to come through the canals and potentially catch him with the bomb. Not a lot of time left on the clock, so depending on what the player in Temple finds, the bomb should shift towards B.
Trying to work their way up, but slow to the uptake. RDN leans forward, fights the SMG, gets his kill in. Hardzow trades Doc, drops that bomb. And Luke is 12 seconds to recover it to get the kills both here and on the bomb side. Just not going to happen. 13 for Sharks, a confident way to kick off this series, decimating 2Game's own map pick.
And this is Sharks continuing their form from yesterday. We are now looking at 16-6, or 13-6, I should say, on Mirage, 13-4 on Train, another 13-4 on Anubis. They have just been slamming teams in this qualifier. And I think that if you don't consider Sharks to be a legitimate threat to go deep in this competition, then you're not watching their games at all. They are slapping squads right now.
Well, they were 4th seed here for very good reason, and that's very clearly been on display. No concerns against Keyed Stars yesterday. No concerns against 2Game in this opening map up. And again, it's just the first out of what should be 2 maps. I mean, if you have any faith in them taking Train, then I'd love to see what the point would be at this point, right? Like, what can you say to argue in favor of 2Game now?
There's not going to be much. They'll need to try and mentally reset because going into that lower bracket with how many rounds there are, it's going to be very difficult to have that lower bracket run. The issue that they have and what they need to try and find an answer for is how can we stop Sharks getting these good leads? This has been back-to-back 10-2 halves followed by a 9-3 half. That's just not acceptable, is it? You can't allow a team to get that many rounds in every single first half of the comp.
A very tough affair for 2Game now to battle back from the brink. Train is coming up next. It is the pick of their opposition. Sharks lead the charge and they look well poised to make it a 2-0. We'll find out whether that will be possible after this break.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
to chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Well, needless to say, it's going to be a very tough ask for 2Game to bring back this series, suffering a 13-4 defeat on their own map pick. Now the Sharks move to their map pick of Train, and just the records speak for themselves. I think the first map speaks for itself, Dweg. Sharks are the favourites, and it looks like they're going to take this in 2-0.
Even Sharks, they've played this map of Train 5 times in the last 9 days, and for the most part, they are getting one-sided stomps. 13-7s, 13-1, 13-6, a 13-4 against the Keed Stars yesterday, whereas for 2Game, yeah, they've picked it in a few best-of-3s, but they're not playing this map regularly. So for that reason, after what we saw on map 1, you can expect a better performance. I think we expect a lot more than what we saw out there on Anubis, but am I expecting a contentious game that's going to go down to the wire? Nah, probably not on Train.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you look at the nature of how the series is shaped up alone. You can't really have a lot of faith in Toon Game off the basis of that alone, and then you just think about how the series is structured to favour the Sharks side in terms of just their veto process now going into their veto here. I can't see any arguments, unfortunately, for the 2-game favour. I mean, even from an individual perspective, there's just nothing there that resisted what they were doing. It's not like Sharks were playing an incredibly tactically deep and incredible sort of matchup. They were just fragging very well. You know, Doc ended up 21 frags by the end of that map up, and, you know, the top fraggers of Hardzau and Detroit were only at 10 apiece. Like, there's no difference right there. There's no comparison between the two.
And if we are looking at the Sharks organization, if they want to give Legacy a run for their money in the upper bracket semis, they've got to get themselves a clean 2-0, because that is going to be one of the toughest games, probably the toughest game you could possibly have in the competition. So if you want to go into that game, you've got to have a positive mindset. You've got to have confidence really high. So the fact that you've won basically every single map without even being tested, it's got to be the same outcome here on Train. And then you go into that Legacy series a little bit later on today, and then that's where you ramp up for what will be a big upset, where you have to step up to the plate and be in that conversation like you were in Pro League as one of the teams that could qualify to Pro League, except they just weren't able to do it last time around.
Well, it certainly would be a clash of the Titans in terms of the victories that they've had, because, you know, Legacy beat Selva pretty easily on their own first map again. Opponent's map pick and everything, so they've done to sort of like repeat the same sort of showings that we've seen here in this matchup thus far. So it would sort of be very poetic that those two teams would dominate their way through these two matches and therefore meet in that semi-final proceeding. Elsewhere on the other streams, Odic beat out 9Z in their first map up 13-9. It looked like Red Cannons and Imperial was going to end at 12-3 for Red Cannons' favour, but Imperial have actually started to bring that back, so that matchup is going to 12-10 at the moment. So a lot of interesting things happen in the other matches in the South American qualifier.
And we've always got to watch all of the opening rounds to see at what point do any of our top team favorites start dropping down, who's going to make the lower bracket run a little bit more uncomfortable for themselves. A lot of best of threes, a lot of importance. Again, we've gone from 20 teams now down towards 8, and they're all fighting in a double elim bracket for that one spot in Pro League in South America.
And you don't want to be the team that drops down in the early opening games, because that lower bracket run can be brutal. We've seen it several times in the past, and I wouldn't put myself past any of these teams to have a very difficult run back as a result of that. And well, for Sharks, it doesn't feel like they're going to be in a position to lose control over that much here. You said earlier that you look at the 2-game side, expect them to be a little bit more close and contentious in this second map here. What do they need to do to sort of go over what we saw from Anubis?
Well, the first one is contesting the first few gun rounds. I mean, what we saw at the beginning of Anubis is that they contested the anti-force buys, but as soon as we got into the gun rounds, they lacked quality. Now, I look at them with how they've been able to perform on Train in the past. We know that we'll probably expect a little bit more from their T side just because of the way that the map is run in the current meta, but they need to contest first and second gun round for me. It doesn't even matter if they win pistol or they win the anti-force buy. It doesn't matter about those rounds. If they're not contesting the first few gun rounds of the first half, I just don't think they've got a chance in that. They've got to try and get on top of the economy, and they've got to try and make it as uneasy for the favorites as possible. Sharks need to keep a level head. Just because you've been able to slam maps and slam teams recently doesn't mean that you can go into your map pick 1-0 up in the series and expect this to be a free win. You are still going into a map that gets played and won by an opposition side. Yes, okay, it's not to the same level, and it's not as frequently as yourselves, but Sharks just need to temper expectations. They need to lock in, and they need to put a good performance on Train now.
I think one of my concerns of looking at the rifle wins as the basis for 2-game to get sort of like going in terms of this matchup is that we saw them win a couple of gun rounds over the course of that first map up. I know it's a very small pool of results at a 13-4, but every time they did, Sharks answered back. So they not only need to get the gun rounds themselves, but also need to follow up upon it, right? You need to go over that second round, get those streaks going, generate some momentum, because when Sharks are running 5 in a row rounds, you're going to have a tough time at answering back to that. So 2-game, double dually setting for the pistol round on CT side start for Train. They're going to need to get as much out of the opening half as possible. And Lucas is at first port of call. The T side have already walked out of T-Con, and Lucas is down in an instant.
And not accelerating with pace towards A, though. You've still got Koala that's coming out of Pop. Everyone's sitting behind the sandwich boat for now. Hardzau's hoping to spam, but the bomb will go down easily. PKL is trying to get one kill before trying to return back towards Connector, but he's just getting nothing in the process except being gooched.
Inaccuracy, can't stabilize his taps. Zuriba will at least get one back on Doc, so that's a trade to a 4-on-4. Alongside a follow-up from Detroit, RDN has taken it to a 3-on-3 with Hardzau going down. Gafolo is waiting back at T-Con. PKL's near the train. The bomb train specifically. Gafolo looking around the red train. Spot out the player of Detroit has moved in, but he's exposed from one of these angles. He's to hide behind E-Box as RDN gets PK out and doubles up to Zariba. Angelo will close the last man, and Sharks will take 3 for 3 now in the pistol rounds.
And I'd like to see what Angelo is going to be made of in terms of the AWP, because we saw very rare AWPing from him. He just didn't bring the big green out. In the few rounds that he did, he was getting the one-up against Detroit on the other side. You would expect Train, well, maybe it depends on just how one-sided this first half scoreline is, but especially when he gets on the City side, we'll expect that to come out and have a little bit more impact. Lack of SMGs going into round 2 against the anti-force buy. There is triple AKs for the T's.
I want to try and contest early. 2-game going to force the issue. 1 for 1 as Angelo does get traded. We picked up that first kill. The SMG is Ariba with 3 players pouring out of the ramp. PKL Scout can only do so much there. Forced away. Again, even man stands with the bomb plant going down. There's an AK picked up by Lucas that might provide a little bit extra firepower support, but you're lacking in kits and still with 2 snipers for the retake.
Well, you've got to go for this one. In a 3v3 situation with an AK recovered, there's no point in saving. And now with a kill against Doc, it looks quite likely that this retake is going to be successful.
Lucas strikes, Koala waits, the Son sprays through, can't get the kill he's looking for, and Gafolo's alone here, 1 on 3 for him. CT side going to cover off Heaven, Diffuse being stopped by PKL. Detroit knows he needs a body shot, misses it on the bait, but gets a second chance and will land it. So 2-game, do answer that.
It's a bit of a strange round fundamentally from Sharks, and not only have they got triple AKs, but they just send out the first player in T-Con completely alone, and no util, no teammate in sight to trade. It's only a 1 for 1. And then out there on B, rather than cancelling when that resmoke goes down towards ramp, they just kind of brute force the duels. It gave me a disrespectful kind of vibe of what Sharks wanted to bring to the table. And I think right there, you get some sloppy sprays in the post plant, and players not connecting on kills that they should do. It's an early wake-up call for the Sharks.
Smokes up for Zariba. Doc takes heed. Lucas get on top of the red train, look down in towards T-Con. Zariba's just going to wait contact to make their way in with the Sharks side. They are slow to the uptake.
They've got themselves quite a bit of util because they've invested into so many of these Tech 9s. They need to try and deal with this pop player. And for Zerba, he can just keep falling back and playing further defensive.
Takes a spray, RDN goes down. Follow, does take a Tech 9 pick in and double up as well. Bomb being seen and known towards Pop Dog, and they're going to hear those footsteps and they're expecting him to pour out real quick, but it's all just noise being made to grab these guns. Pull attention away from that B play, which might still be the ending target here for Sharks.
Well, because of that pace towards Pop, they've now drawn out all of the CT util, so there's nothing left. You've now got a position where the anchor has to be very defensive because of the lack of util. Now, 30 seconds on the clock. The CTs have just got to try and gamble towards A. And as of right now, because it's a lack of info, Hardzau's in 2 minds about rotating either out towards B or staying on this A-bomb site.
M4 engages from range. Galil can't drop the bomb carrier. The flashbangs keeping them blinded, so we'll just about see the bomb plant coming in. Still got 2 Tech 9s against the Sharks side. On the high HP players as well. Gafolo at 49 with it, and 4 Koala's SMG at 8. Those stray bullets getting dangerously close towards the man. Detroit is creeping up quick. The Doc is right around that corner. Just can't seem to see him, and they recognize they ain't got kids, they ain't got time. 2-game. Being into submission as the Sharks will go blow for blow against the opposition one more time. 2 for 1.
Well, fundamentally, I don't think they've done a lot wrong in that round, Jay. I think the only criticism is how is Lucas not getting a single kill? Zerba is the one with the MP9. He's the one that's more up close and aggressive, and he's drawing them in. Not only has he got an opening kill, but he returns into pot with a teammate behind him. Mate, that should be a slaughter. That should be so many kills to the CTs. And instead, Zerba gets traded. Yeah, that's fine. Lucas just gets nothing. That should be 2, maybe even 3 kills for him. So individually, they let themselves down, I would say, from both respected organizations in the last couple rounds.
Now they got another step-up position for the Sharks side. I know the 2-game are going to be on a weakened rifle buy, but a rifle buy nonetheless, technically the first gun round of the map up here. The tactical comes in so the teams can try and reapply the pressure. They'll know that they're in swing position. They'll know that 2-game are in a swing position as well, so winner of this round may connect a few more off the back of it.
Well, for 2-game, we haven't seen that many aggressive approaches from them when it comes to T-Con or Ivy just yet. We've seen a couple of approaches out there towards the brown holes. Got to give yourself a little bit of leverage in this round. Got to give yourself a bit of an opening pick somewhere. And I'll say it right here, right now, Jay. If 2-game lose round 4, I think they just lose this best of 3. I think you need to contest train early. And if you end up going down 1-4 with the CT economy, I think you've just given yourself the lifeline that just takes it away.
SMG and M4 been tagged up early for the 2-game side. Running those weapons to the right hand of the Sharks camp. The HEs will tag up Koala on the MP9 on the T side line. Utility at the ready for Koala as well. Ready to pop it in towards the bomb site here over on A through the skylights they look to go. BKL. Going to adjust back behind Thomas. Molotov's coming in against him. At 86 points of health is a little bit of damage, but they're going to extend very deep in towards the bomb sites. PKL's good to punish one of them, but player on the bomb site itself is going to fall quickly. PKL trying to get more out of it. Not able to do so, though. Full B site access and control for the Sharks. Detroit trying to isolate one small niche angle, but it doesn't quite come up to a kill. Koala gets a bit closer and turns that MP9's range game into a strength. A 4v2 for the post plant on the Sharks. 2-game, really no way in.
The 2-game have looked pretty weak on this B-bomb site, haven't they? In terms of the anchor holds, they're just getting overwhelmed. And if you're Sharks, if you're the in-game leader of Gafolo, no matter how much presence you put towards A or how much of a fake, I think you're ending B in quite a lot of these gun rounds because you can just see how uncomfortable they look. And they're not multi-fragging, they're not staying alive and falling back. Yeah, the B-bomb site is a difficult position of the map to hold, but when you realize a weakness that early on, you need to keep punishing it.
Oh, hard south. Thought he got the jump on RDN, but no. Shot of the AK leaves nothing to hold over for 2-game on second stage. Lost bonus means that you're probably not looking at a buy here. Even upgrades have been slightly difficult to justify in many of the cases. Detroit were going to deagle out.
Even with 2,400 loss, you're not going to be able to get an AWP up. You're going to struggle. Well, you're in a position where Detroit could, if he goes glass cannon, but you're always going to be limited in that first gun round, aren't you? There's always going to be maybe someone that goes down to a FAMAS, or if you invest in the M4s, you're not going to have the kit and the util out for everybody. So that's always the downfall of losing the force by wars on the city side, is not only do you set yourself back massively from the scoreline difference, but you go into the first gun round, which is your first real chance to contest in the half, and you're already on that back foot.
Well, one of the objectives you have in a basic pistol eco like that is to get a frag, get a rifle, hold an AK over to the next, because it does a lot more than just give you a T-side weapon to work with.
I mean, even Lucas, he's sort of the pop electric player, so it makes sense that he goes down to an MP9 because of the close range, but you don't really want an SMG. I mean, that's certainly not ideal going into round 6.
Well, as they say, beggars can't be choosers. Missed shot from Angelo. SMG of Lucas gets ahead of the game and does take the AWP down. Look for Doc next up, who has to escape with the big green in his hands. An AK now the CTs can work with. As Arnie N tries to get towards Pop Dog and trade something, but no one is there for the 2-game squad. And Lucas has found that AK. Now a bit more dangerous in this round. RDN swings to try get him. Lucas good for a triple, though. He's against both RDN and Gafolo.
And there we go. Lucas showing up. He used to be a part of the Sharks Youngsters organization. Come over here to 2-game, and Now, for the first time in the entire best of 3, we have seen a real impactful round from him. The 23-year-old is trying to make a statement now with the rifle being recovered. And for the Sharks, you'll probably just hold on to the AWP and the AK. There's no point going for this round. Nothing has gone your way. You can mentally reset going into the next, but that was a nice little challenge there for 2Game.
And it gets the second round responsive that they want. The save call already seems to be on the cards here for the AWP and the AK. They're getting Krepticon in several different positions, though. That T-Con position in particular for Hardzao is still hunting. I think PKL has just caught a whiff of the bomb carrier, and actually a little bit hidden off. The closer they get, they're going to quickly realize what's happening here, and they should be able to get these humps. Take these players down with positions as well. May even be after time as Dot goes forward and he'll stay within the time. And Koala also gets the mercy of the lost bonus. Enough cash to buy in for the rest of the Sharks. Rebuy and the rest of the Sharks economy state. But 2Game with their second round here.
Not often do you see that boost up that comes into the brown halls to give yourself the little off angle. That setup just wasn't ready for it. Instead, you were watching the T-Con stairs and out there towards the left-hand side, not up onto the window jump. 2Game needs to start running with this now. You've been able to get AKs for everyone, AWP too. So for that reason, you need to start generating a heavy round streak.
AK swing and a miss. Not a good start to the second round of that round streak for 2Game. Like I said earlier, only won a couple of rifle rounds in their first map up, and they were always responded to by the Sharks. The 2Game trying to get lucky with some of these wall bangs here into the corridors, but nothing is presenting against the Sharks' side. It's slow and methodical in this default.
Now, you had the likes of Zerba go aggressive into the brown halls, work out towards Pop, but because he took so much damage, he now needs to repos, and that's where Lucas is basically retaking his position. Now, the T's have made a little bit of noise trying to regain this brown hall's control. They've got 2 players down on the B bomb site, no util being drawn just yet. Flash around the corner, just a bit of a jiggle, down to 70. And Sharks should A-split off of the basis of this. 3 players can come out Pop Dog, and then 2 players out to T-Con.
Well, PKL's moving. AK leaning up. They're not ready for him. He still can't get the kill against the captain. The HE even sells way too high as Doc walks forward in towards T-Con, loses his life towards Lucas. Hardzao caught transitioning in towards the bomb site itself. RDN can trade back his teammate. Gafolo and Koala finally over on the side defensive. Still goes Ariba on that rotation. The AWP also set towards Zed. HE sent towards the smoke. Will try and clear up vision. He's just seen that bomb planted, but he can't hit the kill shot. 2 HP for Gafolo, 11 HP for Angelo. Koala on 61 there. So heavily damaged. Sharks took a beating in that round, but still come out on top, it seems, because Detroit's saving without a kit for the retake. Without the weapons to do so either.
Imagine how tilted 2Game is. First off, PKL should just get a freebie out there towards Ivy. I mean, that's the easiest of kills that you can ask for. It's a shame and it's a bit of luck that the HE doesn't land. Secondly, Lucas is in just such a good position. Edge of T-Con, gets the first kill. There's low time on the clock. That round looks finished. With the positions that are being held, with the amount of players that are out there towards A, I would even classify that as an unlosable round. And then instantly, players just start losing gunfights. Players just start getting overwhelmed. Players towards the camera angle, out there at the back of bomb. They're not hitting the shots they should. The rotation of Con gets caught by the AWPer. And that's a moment where, tactically, you were outclassing them. But in terms of the firepower, it just wasn't there. And it's very difficult to keep a strong mental when rounds like that can approach.
RDN to fight, PKL to drop him. Starting advantage for the 2Game side. Once again, the Sharks playing from the back foot with damage onto Gafolo very early. This T-Con take Luke Kiz. Could get swung up on by 3 different players. Angelo and Doc indeed take both him and Hardzao down and tip the advantage in favor of Sharks.
They're just starting to troll a little bit now, Jay. We've got an opening pick out there towards Ivy, and rather than properly containing T-Con, it's a bit hesitant. There's jiggles. They're playing around U2, and they get punished for it. You need to be in the right mindset. Either we want to take T-Con or we want to leave it. You're getting caught in two minds there on what you're trying to do. Instead, you're just half-heartedly going for fights. And now you're in a man disadvantage. You've got no B player, so there could be pressure building in the B apartments area out there in the Brown Halls. It's a lack of info. And imagine if you have 2 tilting back rounds. Imagine what that will do to the squad.
As if the mental hasn't already got good reasons to be in the toilet right now for 2 game. 30 seconds for the hit to come through from Sharks. They've been leaving it to the very last second, so there's opportunities to think and drop the bomb carrier at the right moment, but they've bolstered up the B site, lived only Detroit here on A. He's watching for this pop dog entrance to get the 1 kill. Second one not coming in nearly as quickly. Zed's been smoked. Molotov's back towards Hell to ensure that nobody's there on the back of the train. PKL does have the right read on Dog, but doesn't pull the trigger in time, so he gets away alive, not unscathed. Still up and the man advantage for the Sharks. Angelo gives away a kill, so this might give a second win to the retake. Buffalo moving up with the AWP, lands only a leg shot. 12 HP for Zariba. Molotov does not burn him out. Doctor and bait PKL right into point blank. Find the fight and the headshot. And time's been stalled for long enough right here. Low HP across the board. No advantages for the CT side. Sharks are going to have minimum 6.
I'm looking at Hardzao as the highest rated player on Anubis in the last 3 months and the highest rated player out here on Train, and think, mate, you are meant to be an experienced player with Tier 1 experience. You've got nearly 1,300 maps under your belt when it comes to HLTV. You've played Tier 1 LANs. You've played many Pro League seasons. Where's his impact? I mean, he didn't put up much out there on map 1, only 10 kills. And then on Train, you're 1 and 6. And I always get the feeling, Jay, that when a team is struggling, it's your veteran players that lead by example, don't they? They put up the clutch rounds, they put up the muscle, and they give hope. They give a life to the younger, sort of more inexperienced players. And right now, Hardzao is just not performing at all.
1 and 6. Once again, we come back to that individual performance metric that Sharks had over 2 games in the last map, and as you can see, very clearly have it over them here in this one as well. Hardzao picked up so early again. It's a Hero AK available, of course, safe from the previous round for Zariba. BKL, nade right to the face with damage done by RDN a start. It's looking like a harsher eco round at the moment, and to be fair, it still is outside of that AK. Upgrade pistols doing very little here.
Yeah, 2 game are just hoping that T start overextending some of these lines, but as of right now, they're just scaling. They're being very passive.
Damaging shot for Detroit on Koala. Angelo's AWP is waiting for more. 45 seconds of the clock, bomb plant secured. Do they value the AK more in the next round? It looks like they do. Not even the pistol players are going to try their luck.
Well, it's a shame that for Sharks, I mean, they've got Legacy you would expect in the next round, and Legacy's permaban is Train. So not only have you had some very good Train officials in back-to-back series when it comes to this bracket, you're not going to get it in the next round. We're going to have to see what their nuke is like, or perhaps even their Ancient, or even their Anubis again. So just like it has been for 2 game being on the back end of an awkward veto, that looks to be the case for Sharks going to the next best of 3. The only question is how quickly does this series end? I mean, 7-2 up. Haven't seen much that tells us that 2 game will send this to a final map decider, but I also haven't been given too much of a gauge of what the final scoreline could be. I would even say this is the moment to either run double AWPs or to change up tack completely. I'd like to see them tape Brown Halls, maybe even get the AWP out there towards Heaven, try and go for an opening pick towards B. Right now, I'm just not getting that flair of what they can achieve in terms of opening picks. They've been quite defensive, they've been quite passive, and then when they've tried to retape map control, they've done it in such a slow fashion that they've been punished because of it.
Need to see a change from 2Game. They just took their first tactical pause of the map up. I believe their first of the series as well. Need to see something on this CT side. Some sort of groundwork to build onto. Because the Sharks right now have a commanding lead, and given their CT side statistics, it doesn't fill me with a whole lot of hope for 2Game. Not like I had much to begin with. Orp shot from Detroit does look pretty clean. RDN first of all.
Yeah, Gafolo is trying to walk up towards Ivy, and as of right now, he's getting quite a bit of respect against PKL. It's all about timing. The T's would love to be able to respond, but the timing goes the other direction. Angelo's going to struggle to get a returning pick, especially with this resmoke, so this looks to be a comfortable third from 2Game.
Not too dissimilar to how the last map played out at the end of the first, or nearing the end of the first half. Good round that looks very clean and confident from 2Game, but will it carry on with that same trend of losing the follow-ups to the Sharks' side? Happened in those closing moments. It happened a few rounds ago here on Train. Two Game, in my eyes, at the current moment, need to go at least 5 in the half to make something more tangible for the second. Typically, I'd say a half advantage. That's not possible at the moment. The Sharks still got plenty of cash. They're just not giving over the AKs to the CTs. Can tank the lack of incoming funds and still rebuy for the next.
We saw very few opening kills from Detroit out there on map number 1, so just because he's been able to get 1 opening kill on the entrance to Pop Dog doesn't mean that he's going to be able to do it for another 2 rounds in a row and a half. The saved AKs will certainly be a help. And if you are 2Game, you do need to end this half on a high note. You do probably need to go undefeated. You need to generate a round streak, get yourself up to the deficit of 5 to 7, and then feel as if you've got something, that you've at least got a scoreline that's workable moving into the second. And for Sharks, I mean, they'll have no issue buying in this one and the next one. The economy's just been so strong by them.
HG's down on RDN. Again, going to keep the HP rather low, but Detroit burns down. Molotov couldn't put the smoke out in time. RDN is so close to contact of a CT player. Is he going to sneak past him for something bigger? He might have to focus back. PKL to get caught off guard. He actually finds his man. Doc follows it up and responds back to a 3v4, 2v4. Hardzao now finally chimes in with his second kill of the game, but only goes as far as 2. Doc and Angelo close it out. And it's the same story. 1 good rifle, responded to by Sharks. 8-3 on the board. Should go 9-3 of the half. It just looks too good from them.
Doc looks incredible with some of these T-Con maneuvers.
Yeah.
I know that he's only got 8 kills, but the times that he's been placed out to T-Con, he's just been doming. And this is a guy that's made his career known on the Sharks organization. He's been here for over 2 years now, didn't play on a previous pro team, so he's kind of stuck with the org, and they've brought him into being a really strong and stable rifler. Right there for 2Game, just when there was chance, just when there was belief, it just gets answered immediately.
Now Detroit can't hit his AWP shots here. Out towards Ivy. T's 2, takes none. HG's back on Hards, out of 30 points of health of damage. Look at how much map control they've taken away here. PKL's going to have to try and deal with it. Almost caught on timing, but instead RDN gets his pick. HG centers Doc, catches Hards out with his back turn. Detroit can't take that man out of the fold. And Zariba can also provide support from back at spawn. So we're in a 3-on-3, but they're already looking to take this B-bomb site here. Zariba could have utility and caught in hand. He tries to fight back, but Koala punishes that lack of bullet output. The bomb plant can now be secured. It's a 3v2 for the Sharks. 2Game have no choice but to try a retake in the closing stages of the half itself, but you are not counting on them to take it right here. Slow to the uptake as Angelo lands his AWP shot. Detroit is down. Second man doesn't quite follow him to the grave just yet, but he will do soon after the fact. 9-3 at the turn, another dominant half from the Sharks.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
At 9-3, the only question you can ask is what can 2Game do to try and bring back this matchup? Not just this map up. They're already down by 1 in the series. They threaten against a 0-2 loss on the Sharks side. Dweg, what do we think?
I have no thoughts. There's not much to bring, is there? I mean, how frequently do we see back-to-back 9-3s in MR12? It's unusual because there has been a lack of competitiveness on both map 1 and on map 2. And unfortunately for 2Game, it feels like the only redemption they have is going to be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately as it might be, I think you're right on that one. I mean, you know, it's a pretty bad point when the color commentator can't even come up with anything good to say. 6 rounds to make up in the best case scenario for them, and that's assuming the Sharks don't run with his pistol. You can see how CTs are going to approach this one. Pretty passive line of engagement in general, with the exception of RDN, who's pushed out towards Ivy. Zariba is around the corner of truck. His compadres are on the other side of the map, though. B is the final target.
Now, out on B, Angelo's playing very defensively, same as Koala. So this tells you that it's probably going to be a 5-on-5 retake situation. Watch out for the patience towards Ivy and the timing on this one, because it looks as if Zerba is just going to fake the A-bomb site lean with the smoke and the double flash and just try and drive some over-rotations unless they end up going down towards Pop and going towards the A-bomb site instead.
RDN's pushing.
Oh, it's a free kill.
Smokes will start coming down. RDN's going to start to move. Sees his man, takes him out. Now the A hit's going to be without any more utility support. All of it was Stone, though, so Zariba's done his job. It's now to the 5v4 retake, in which the CTs can come in from basically main Z and T-Con here. Lucas and Detroit, however, are going to start to hold the edge of these smokes. It'll start to clear, and one man's going to get seen. Good trade from Angelo, but he's lost his teammate. Gafolo comes back to Detroit to make it a 3v2 still for the Sharks side. PKL and Hardzour tested and tasked with the post plant, with the defensive line. Glock caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time, but RDN can't punish it. He instead gets return upon. Big chance now for the 2Game side, but Koala has taken one man out. Smokes on the bomb. PKL hits his kill shot. The knife comes in, but Gafolo, he's not being stabbed at the right angle. Even the knife back from the Sharks instead for bonus cash and the pistol win. 4 out of 4 in the series. 2Game could not afford to lose that round, but they just did.
Just excellent patience from Sharks. First off, it's a great info play and great timing for PKL to get an easy kill out there, and the extension that comes towards Ivy. But then even the wraparound, I mean, it's just comfortable, isn't it? It's patient, it's waiting for the T's to make the move. You've got players that are just brute forcing Jules because they're so desperate on 2Game. And there could have even been an AWP investment coming down after that knife kill. They opt against it, and I like that. I think buying an AWP against an anti-force buy is just useless, especially when you've got these many rounds to play with.
Two game. Really not in a very good spot at all. They've got a lot of things they need to do to clean this up. And the Sharks. At least received some scout damage from Detroit, but it's on Angelo with the SMG. The riflers remain intact.
The 2Game need the Ivy players to be successful. With 2 of them packing in quite heavily, they need an opening kill. The flash out for Pop, I mean, Mac 10 at that long range, it's always going to struggle against the bomb train player.
RDN and Gafalo and Doc all chime in. Quick picks, easy stuff. PKL take one back. Doesn't like any more than that, though, here. A couple of trades being as far as it will go. Nowhere near what 2Game need to hold contention in this force buy situation as well. We're looking at 11-3, probably 12-3 as well. 2Game running out of chances in this series. It is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You force the issue to stave off the match point for Sharks, or you try go 9 in a row for overtime. Both of them seem so unfeasible. Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like their time is up here in the upper bracket.
And it looks like this is the only game that's going to be a 2-0 stomp. I mean, the Red Canids Imperial game, that should go to 3 maps. Odic 9Z, that looks like it's going to 3. Legacy and Sliva, that's definitely going to 3. And you just look at this one and think, well, we haven't even had a contest. We haven't even had a competitive half, let alone a competitive map.
I think Selva as well lost a 5-13 map pick and still bounced back into the second. That's quite incredible. Unfortunately, 2-game, nowhere near as incredible. And Doc, following up from Angelo's opening pick here in this round, the Deagles. Only a deco kind of round here, and they just don't find anything for it. Hardzao getting 1 pick. It's meaningless unless he converts it into an ace clutch. That's never going to happen. Very wishful thinking from anyone's part. 12-3. It's map and match point for the Sharks, who have dominated their way through this best of 3. And will look to dominate their way to the very end of train and into the semi-final match.
We were taking note out there on Anubis, just the lack of frags being presented, the lack of high numbers. I mean, Anubis ended with Hardzao on 10, Detroit on 10, and then everybody else on single digits. And we're looking at going into round 16, and still no one is on double digits. That's unheard of. Like, there's normally always at least one that's putting up numbers when a team's getting slapped or getting owned. No one has been able to provide consistent impact.
12-3. 9 map points to play with. 9 match points to play with, and 2-game. Delivered us a bit of a snooze fest, unfortunately. Doc finds the first back in T-Con, the place where he reigns supreme. Pushed up for the CT behalf and top frags. With 14 kills to his name. Lucas will take down 1 back on the B-bomb side. Koala's there to try and trade. Doesn't quite get any success out of that. They at least go blow for blow on the HP. Second man still there at Zed to watch onto that B-bomb site. Doc in at Pop Dog. Next, he does get caught. Detroit and Hardzao. Get a couple of kills out of their own individual fights. Can follow. Up here in footsteps. Doesn't get away with PKL. So, a little bit of survival for 2-game. I can't help but feel like this is a bit too little too late, though.
Yeah, it's getting dragged out. I mean, Gafolo's going to be able to invest in a big green, get it into the hands of Angelo straight away. Koala will be able to drop 1 M4. RDN can buy himself. There's going to be no issues in the next round at all. 2-game, give themselves a nice little survival round there. I mean, 2 players out there on the B-bomb site. They kind of get tested. They get juggled around a little bit. They get drawn into some fights. So it's an extra round to just play on for a little bit.
At this stage, I'm not looking at this being a comeback. So you are right, just play on a little bit longer, drag it out a little bit more, play to survival on the 2-game camp. But that is as far as we're looking for the immediate future. Return to overtime is the far distant future, and it's certainly not a promise. Orb sport for Angelo. Rifles and the rest of the players are inbound 2-game. People with their weapons include this as well. Angelo looks to get involved early with his AWP. Hardzao taking a little bit of util damage down there in the brown halls. PKL, similar story as well in T-Con, but a lot more staunch. Not quite as much done in return to the CT side.
They just leave the NWP posted out here towards Pop. You've got 2-game that haven't been able to take much map control anywhere at the moment. They're still slowly intruding themselves towards the brown halls. They've had absolutely nothing towards T-Con, nothing to Ivy to the start of the round. The Sharks are hearing some of this util out to be. Now, they've got 2 players here. You've got Koala that's still got a re-smoke, and Gafolo that's got another smoke and an incendiary. So he's going to put that down towards T-Con and then rotate himself back over to hold 2 on B.
Saw contact, plus the fire back. CT insertion's not going to try and disrupt the 2-game line. For the most part, they've got most of those potential backstabs covered, particularly at Pop Dog. Angelo hoping that someone comes his way. Koala hoping to get a bit more aggressive though inside that smoke. Don't have too much time left on it, but the AWP lands its fight. Second player seen. Counter incendiary is right there as Dog gets a follow-up kill on Lucas on the B-bomb site execution. Detroit gets one. Koala continues to press, provide suppression as well onto Zariba. 18 seconds. And there is one trade back. I think the player in heaven, though, may well be known about Hardzao. We discovered soon enough. Player right underneath him, less is so. Fights on Zed, and Doc will get him. Follow, takes his chance to strike. And there it is. 13-4. Dominant stuff from the Sharks. Rightfully favourites in this series. They move forward to the upper bracket semis. 2-game. Got a long climb back through lows.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate how strong this bracket run has been already from Sharks? They lost 8 rounds today and 10 rounds yesterday in back-to-back best-of-3s. They're just not getting tested. Now, yeah, you can say you have to play the teams in front of you. They've had some good draws. They've had keyed stars. They've had 2-game. You are now going up against what should be Legacy in the next round. I don't think you can prepare yourself any better than how you're playing right now of just choke-slamming teams in these best-of-3s.
Yeah, this is a very confident Sharks side that even look more confident than our favourites right now. I mean, in terms of the scoreline, in terms of the way that these series have played out, they've, as you said, had the most one-sided little affair, right? The other ones should be heading to 3 map-ups. You're looking at 9 dead Odyx, 12, just actually ticked over, just this minute, just this moment over towards that 3rd map, 9Z. Beating Odyx on map 2 at 13-7. And I mentioned Selva and Legacy also going to map number 3. Red Cannons up by a map already on the 2nd map. They're playing up 5-1 over the Imperial side. So for Sharks to do what they've done right here as quickly as they have, they get an extended break to move into their semi-finals with, and they just look like a very confident unit. And as you said before, a serious threat now in the Pro League qualifier.
And the one concern that I have for Sharks, and something that I mentioned throughout this best-of-3, is that the teams that they've been getting eliminated out of comps have been teams that are better than them. Now, I know that we're still in the upper bracket, but can they realistically beat a team to the caliber of Legacy? They haven't been able to take that many scalps. I mean, you look at their recent results against the better teams in the region. 0-2 versus Bestia, 0-2 versus Imperial, 0-2 versus Imperial, 0-2 versus Fluxo. You have a look at some of the other tournaments and you kind of go, okay, 1-2 to Red Canids. There is a lot of teams where they are not getting wins against that sort of next pedigree, and that's something they need to try and change in the upper semis now.
Yeah, well, at least they've taken that first step. They'll have to take a second step in about 2 hours' time, where they'll return to the semi-finals to take on the winner of that Legacy versus Selva matchup. Currently going down on the A stream, if I'm right in assuming so. So still a chance, of course, that Legacy could lose out with Selva surviving in this one. It would be a shock of the tournament if they managed to pull that one off. But for the Sharks, they'll be waiting on the victors of that particular matchup. Before we head to that break, though, Dwayne, I want to talk about a 2-game real quick and just sort of see what they can pull away from this one, because it wasn't exactly a very good result, was it?
No, it wasn't, but I also think that this is a bit of a one-off performance in which all of the results that they have shown recently, the CCT tournament win that they had, the playoffs that they had in the Odyssey Cup, I don't think that this is an indication to how they can perform. I think this has been an off day in which they didn't win a single pistol, they didn't really convert any gun rounds, they certainly couldn't get on top of the economy. They need to mentally reset going into a lower bracket game. It's not going to be easy by any stretch, but I know that Hardzao and PKL, they can play at a much better level than certainly what we saw in this best-of-3.
Well, they'll be making the lower bracket run as well in their 2-hour matchups, matches in 2 hours' time, of course, coming up on our C&D stream. But for the time being, here on the B channel, we're going to take quite the extended break. Again, we'll be back at 7:30 BRT, I believe, is the time zone, where we return with our second matchup in the upper bracket, the semi-final game that goes on the other side. So, once again, it's 2 hours' time, so go get a drink or grab a meal, and we'll see you back here as the Pro League qualifiers roll on.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
I think you can feel it, that this is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right.
Then I can be whole, whole, whole.
can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the word is saying it killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told her, baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind bricks yours to ride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We
is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And welcome back to the ESL Pro League South American Qualifiers. We're into our second series of the night here on the B stream as 9Z will take on Imperial. We move into the semi-finals of the upper bracket. Once again, I'm Eternal Jack. I'm joined by Dweg for our second half of today's proceedings. And look, mate, we've gone from one bit of a blowout, a bit of a chance to rest up and get ready for a matchup that I hope is going to deliver in quite a stunning fashion.
I really hope that this match continues on at some stage in the bracket in the lowers, because this is a barn burner. We are looking at two teams in really good form right now. We're talking about 9Z on a 6-game winning streak, Imperial on 5, especially with how Imperial ended that series against Red Canids. They're coming into this one and they're coming for it all. And straight away, even talking about the veto, there's no curveballs here at all. Anubis is always the permaban. Ancient is always the permaban. The one difference is that both teams pick a lot of dust too. So rather than picking it in the stage, they've decided to float it towards the tail end. So that really means, Jay, that third map decider is going to be a sick one.
And that pretty much is how it went down during their last head-to-head as well. We saw them during the Fire League Buenos Aires event, that grand final which Imperial won, that LAN event which they were able to basically just set up their whole sort of position as being a favourite within the South American division. As the reason why we're looking at them as one of our two front runners here in this competition, right? So that's obviously one hell of a veto to have and a hell of a matchup that we can sort of take in. The difference in the veto itself, obviously, is that map 2 is different. Mirage was picked in last time. Inferno comes out for the Imperial side. So at least some sort of, like, I don't want to call it a curveball per se, but a slight difference in terms of how that head-to-head in May will compare to today in July.
Well, I don't think, too, both of these teams will be satisfied with their map pick so far in the comp. I mean, Imperial picked Dust 2 against Elevate, lost it. And 9Z took on Odic a little bit earlier on today. They picked Nuke and lost it. So both teams don't have the best of track records in terms of converting their map picks so far in the comp.
We'll waste no time getting involved. 9Z are on the T-side start of their pick of Nuke. And the Julies of Vinny will look to draw out first blood. It's a quick hit up towards the upper bomb site. Lucan's good for a couple of good picks out of this one. Adam S also chimes in against No Way, No How into the bomb site for Imperial. A 2 versus 4 for Cello and SHR. Cello alone will be left out of this round. It will be a pistol win to start things off for 9Z.
Well, it tells you that they're coming in with a confident map of Nuke, but when I'm looking at it so far in this tournament and what happened in the previous best of threes, I'm thinking that it could look quite promising for Imperial. With how they looked on Nuke a little bit earlier on against Red Canids, they had an unbelievable CT side, real good momentum, really good impact, very few retakes had to come in for them. And then for 9Z, I mean, how much would they have learned from that series against Odic? I mean, they started on the T side, got themselves a 6-6 half, went into the second, and then just couldn't quite close it down. Imperial will probably look at the circumstance of where they are right now, Jay, with the fact that they've qualified to the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifier, that they've qualified to a local LAN event. They'll look at this and say, we can get a 2-0 right here and right now, just off of the basis of the veto of Nuke and Inferno.
A lot of potential behind them in general here. The Imperial side, obviously, they have been looked at as getting a 2-0 in their earlier matchup today during the first round of Stage 2. Didn't quite work out in that position against the Red Canids side, although I will say that third and final map, a hell of a blowout for them to carry over momentum with. 13-1 was how that nuke had ended. So a lot of possibilities, I think, of Imperial right now to, as you mentioned before, continue to swing forward and just punch out 9Z if they can get their way. Doesn't happen in the pistol, so conversion will be a force buy.
We look at Nuke for both of these teams, and it's an incredible track record in the last 3 months. We're talking about 7 wins and a single loss for Imperial, and then 7 wins and just 2 losses for 9Z. Both of these teams don't lose it very frequently, so because of that, everything's going to be contentious, from pistols to anti-force buys to even gun rounds. Have a focus about this scout on the outside. Try has not been given an opportunity to work anything. 9Z don't really do much with the diag smokes. They've got Max outside. Everybody else is back in towards inner at lobby.
Oh, Try. Was that straight blind for the smoke? I think he might caught his head on the edge of it. Either way, that's a start for the Imperial side. That scout proving to be deadly today. Only rifle available for the Imperial camp. 2 SMGs from the automatic firepower of Noe and Vinny. But upgrade pistols for the other 2 members. So Imperial going to play their cards right. And so far, they played them well.
And this is only the 5th official that SHR and Cello have played out on Nuke when it comes to joining up with the new roster. All about the timing out here from the door peak. No Way and the 5-7 can play off each other. They've got a good read on the scenario.
And Lucan finds No Way. Hasso peak. will chime in as well. They check the back lines for that lobby push, and Vinny's caught off next up, down to 2 men for the Imperial side. So what was a good start for Tri is going to turn into even better execution for 9Z. Nothing that Tri can do from here. 2-0 for the South American squad.
And I do look at 9Z with the idea that they've won 9 out of their past 11 best of 3s on HLTV. They've only lost to Bestia and Flamingo. And I look at this one today, and I think for a dead team walking, could this be a run? Could this be an underdog run in which they start surprising the likes of Imperial, maybe surprise the likes of Legacy? Because everybody else, I would say, has an outsider's chance right now. Imperial and Legacy are looked at as the 2 top teams in the entire qualifier, the most likely teams that are going to be fighting for that single slot. So one good performance on a good day, could it be an upset for 9Z to finally get the 1-up?
So far, so slow. Follow-up round 3 is not going to be quite as fast-paced as previous ones have been. They're going to be wary about the Imperial side from here on. I've got a handful of Deagles, but not really much outside of this buy. It's pretty much going to be an eco that leads into the rifles the next.
And watch out for Lucan on this T side for just some of the timings that he's able to exploit. Averages a 1.55 rating on Nuke in the last 3 months. That's astonishing with how successful that is.
It's quite a stat. It's Hasapika Martinez taking out 2 of the Weasel players. 3rd man up in heaven. Can't hit his shots, can't protect Cello. Try find one of these frags. But yeah, formality around outside of that 1 pick here for 9Z. It's a 3-0 start on their map pick. Imperial will look to the first rifle round in the next.
You've got 3 players, a part of both organizations, that have got more than 1,000 maps played on HLTV. That's Max, Vinny, and Cello. And that's not even discussing some of the coaching staff that have had long pro careers. I mean, ZQKS, the analyst out for Imperial, he's got 930 maps on HLTV. You've got Bit, the head coach of 9Z. He used to play a part of the organization. He was very familiar with his tenure out there on playing with squads like Team 1 and NTC and Luminosity Gaming. So you've got a lot of experience in server today, and it's always nice to see them when they can butt heads in an important matchup and an important qualifier.
An important couple of frags there for Tri as well, forcing the re-expense on the 9Z side and stealing an AK away for the CT squad as well. Talked about it in our last series, how important ecos can be when you focus down on just getting rifles out of the T-side hands, cripple the economy state, bring yourself some extra firepower, relieve your own investment. Allows for more potential in this one. It's just the 5 automatic weapons, no AWPs just yet for the CT side. 9Z bringing out for Martinez though. One of the 2 players that you mentioned being rumoured to be out of the door from 9Z soon. Decent case for his next squad. Lucan making a quick case for opening frag. Cello straight down and out as he pops out of Squeaky Door. And continues to try and enable Adam S on that Galil here. The AK has the better stopping power though. Then he's going to try for the edge of the smoke and lines them both up. No idea did Adam Ness know about his casualty. Lucan fell pretty quickly. 9Z will quickly make their way into the B bomb site as a result of that, trying to see if they can quickly play against the bomb plant, but they're not getting much chances here. SHR just dropped the man and gets the double onto Max. Hasso Peak a 1v4, caught off by SHR, a triple sequence. That locks in the first of Imperial.
Even SHR, I would say, is fairly unknown to the European audience. Yeah, he was most recently on SOAR, but before that he was playing on the GTZ Bulls, for the Win organization, Velox, Offset. I remember him on SOAR Youngsters. It's only been very recently in his career that he's at least had a taste of what it's like to play up at Tier 1 and to be a little bit more involved in the spotlight. And that's an incredible round from him. Really chaotic, I would say, with how Vinny got his couple of kills, and especially how SHR was able to drop the bomb and put pressure onto Martinez down there in the lower corridors after the van.
Imperial locking in this opening start and hoping that this stance will carry on. A CT side that really work up from this position with the nature of the Money not being there for the 9Z camp. There's no savings in reserves here. Contrast that to Imperial several thousand and a little bit of a better backing for that CT squad if they so decide to use it.
You've got Max just scaling on the outside now. Vinny's not spamming. There's no secret player. He's keeping his eyes out towards the AC in the heaven, just in case there is a peek. Breakage to the smoke, a slight opportunity to spam back and forth, undoing damage, but Try gets a 1-for-1 trade, and now knows that it's heavy down towards the lower bomb site. Now, this time around, they've got no way here at lower, unlike the last round where they didn't have anyone here.
Spray through on that AK, take down Hasso Peak, so follow up from Cello. Needs only the 2 players on the 9Z side. They're not getting a bomb plan out of this one. Effectively swamped by the Imperial camp, getting the reset they're looking for. Second to the Imperial board as they start to stack on these rounds.
Yeah, good work from No Way out there towards the observation door, or the single door, to create that crossfire between SHR on the off of the mini ramp position where he can play from the observation window. We know that No Way played in ESL Pro League Season 19 and Season 20 with Imperial. He'd love the opportunity to have a run here in Season 22.
Well, likelihood does favour Imperial in this bracket, let alone this matchup. Talk about tournament favourites, and they are in that conversation, well and truly a limited conversation of that.
Well, let's have a conversation about the rumours. 5 days ago, HLTV put out an article. 9Z were replacing 2 players. Martinez, Adam S gone. Levy and Urban O from W7M is supposed to be coming out. So what do we think about that? Is it a dead team walking? Is it just pressure off for the players? It's very difficult when you read something like that and then see the squad participating with the older roster in a really important qualifier, which could be the decision whether you get a single Tier 1 event in 2025.
Well, look, I'm not going to go against the logic of the Tier 1 analysts because they leveled that exact criticism against Falcons during the major. And I'll have to say for 9Z, if that's the case right here, then if it's true, then, well, I wouldn't be shocked if there was some very dire moments out of them. Fortunately, in the early stages of the competition, it hasn't quite affected them. The reasons for that change, obviously not clear. All we know is the report from Dust2, and I will say that when it comes to rumours, Dust2.br is probably one of the, Dust2 in general, I'd say, is probably the better, it's definitely the better in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, it definitely is a conversation, and it might just be 9Z didn't make the major. It's as simple as that. They weren't in a position to go up the ranking. I mean, they're outside of the top 50 on VRS. Just not satisfied. This is a squad that's been to a lot of LAN tournaments, a squad that's been very successful when it comes to last year. And we know that Imperial kind of had the same sort of conversation. They were disappointed with what happened at the major. They tried to level up the roster.
Well, Vinny and Hasso P going back and forth. 9Z trying to pick up the pace here in towards round 7, and Max will look to stick around for a little bit longer, stick around in this round. Oh, on the defensive position. He's flanking. He's going to catch potentially 3 kills out of this, only the 2. Hasso P is brought into a 2v2. Going to try and take that bomb to regroup with Luke and go back up to upper. Rotations from Imperial here will be slow, although SHR was so close to catching that contact.
It's a tough position to be in because SHR's got to be wary about rotating up into the vents. At least Try can pull a bit of distraction out from Heaven, and SHR has been able to get up undetected.
Position drawn towards Heaven. Lucan's going to get that kill. Orp of Try. All that's left in the clutch here. A fake flash with the USP. Scored the info onto Hasso Peak, trying to bait Lucan into a peek, but he doesn't end up doing so. It's a nice effort using all the resources that you had, but none of it turns towards your favour. 9Z will reclaim the lead.
That's an excellent effort there from No Way, because you could see it. I think, unfortunately for Cello, there's a little bit of inaccuracy because he gets out of the vent and he drops down, but he should be getting at least 1 there. Looking at the position that he's in, the T-side player crossing out to the left-hand side, that should be a 1-for-1 trade, and it meant that No Way probably needs to step up more than required just to try and recover that round. This is back and forth. Either squad is hitting the economy quite hard at the moment. I mean, we're not seeing perfect buys from either team.
SHR going to try and hold a perfect defensive, or at least some sort of defensive at the very least. Let's allow them to break through. 1 kill found, 2nd kill goes come through, but Lucan and LMS's trade is going to maintain the man advantage. Keep it an even 3-on-3.
It's a solid ramp hold. That was uncomfortable. The reposition, the utility usage, for him to get 2, he's done well. But now it's about the A-side player. Vinny is not looking out towards the hut, and the timing is not against him.
Lucan takes him back. Cello and Try. Do they clutch or do they save? With Try being back at CT spawn, seems like the call is save. No rotation rim from Cello. You can't see an avenue to clutch, so a 5th for the 9Z camp as they start to really ramp up their rounds. To prove that these recent rumours are not going to affect their performances, although I will say that to continue on that little point of thinking, Dwayne, why announce it now and why not do this during the player break? Why not make those changes when everyone else is? It's the next big question on the forefront of my mind.
It's a very good point. You would certainly think that that would have been the safer option for everybody's sake. But look, sometimes it's got to come out at any time. And, well, I mean, especially for the saving AWPA of Try, this is going to be an important game for him because he's going up against his old organization. You think back to when he played on 9Z, I mean, him and Max, they played nearly 400 maps together on HLTV from February 2020 to January of 2022, and then again from January of 2023 to October of that year. And they played at IEM Rio, IEM Dallas, they played at ESL Pro League Season 18. You've got a different looking 9Z roster definitely now in the current day of 2025 than what it was back then, but anytime you get an opportunity to go up against your old organization who gave you a chance, because that was Try's first pro team. That was his first crack at the next level of competition.
Remember real well, one of those 9Z Academy sort of breakthrough prospects, the cultivated homegrown talent, if you will. Spent most of his playing career with this organization that he takes on today. Last year with Imperial, trying to rise into new heights and bring a new chapter within his own career. Maybe it's paying off in the long term. It's going to make it pay off in the here and now against those old rivalries, against those old pastures. Cello and No Way doing well against said pastures. 2 kills quickly against the upper execution from 9Z. Stalled out by counter utility. Blind sprays can only do so much. Cello will burn that Molotov. The spread's quite far, I will say. But No Way instantly answers back with that SMG kill from beyond the smoke. Adam S is wary about Rafter's presence, which HSR is going to confirm, driving back even further here. 2-man advantage for Imperial.
And it's lovely to see Cello back in with the organization of Imperial because he used to play there when it was the bit more of the veteran roster. He brings a lot of experience, and we see the timing of the HE out there towards door. Now how easy the collapse of the round is. Try just needs to make sure that he gets a good timing, that he doesn't quite overpeak, doesn't give Martinez a freebie. All about that last little exit frag. No Way it will not drop, so it's a 4th round in for Imperial. And just consider this for a moment. Cello has just joined recently, and yet he's the 2nd most experienced player on the roster instantly. Like you bring him in, and him and Vinny are the 2 guys that you look at the most. You look at Try, you look at No Way, and you look at SHR. They're the young rookies. They're the guys that are still quite new towards the pro level of their career.
I still remember the time when Cello was but a young rookie himself. He was in that post... SK Luminosity team that we mentioned earlier on from some of the other players involved in today. He was also part of that.
Well, the one that I remember the most from Cello was probably that Boom roster, which I think was around the COVID era or just before it. And that was when they were doing really well. You had sort of Bolts out there for a little bit. You had, I think Henny was on that team too. You had a lot of successful few months tournament placements. That's what I remember the most, I would say, around that era from Cello.
I think people will be more familiar with his time on Furia, though, or he was competing at some of the big events.
Yeah.
IEMs, the WCs, the Compass events as well. A very tenured individual. And again, looking to start a new chapter within his career within the Imperial organization. Try an SHR, do well enough. I don't know where this half line. And speaking of new chapters, I mean, talk about SHR and him playing on Sora earlier on this year. That's short tenure, which I have to say was a trial by fire, going from ESEA main straight to IEM Katowice. Like,
yeah,
you know, throw him into the deep end with an ankle tied, with a weight tied around his ankle. Like, that's quite a challenge and a task.
Well, I think we've seen a lot of Spanish and Portuguese players over the last few years make the move to North America, South America. I remember when Mixwell did it. I think back to even Martinez. I mean, I remember when he was on Movistar Riders playing in Europe for quite a while. But yeah, he's been in South America for a good 18 months or so now.
Spanish and Portuguese speaking connections sometimes can give you that cross-regionality. SHR looking to get quite bold as he crosses the threshold of T and CT map control, gets straight in against Martinez, just taps her in the side of the head and gets out of there. Doesn't want to get greedy. It's a smart play. A 5-on-4 advantage for Imperial that remains.
You've got Vinny just searching out here in secret, but he doesn't need to extend the marker because Try is holding his cross with the big green at the moment. And they're getting just suffocated on the outside. Now the Diag smokes come in. The Orb can still see though.
Well-placed nade on Vinny, and he takes that damage right back from Max. Try and get ahead here. The smokes are in the way of his vision, so we can't see these T-side players that are crossing. Those smokes are about to fade. They've just about made it past the marker. And Try's going to sit here in the corner. Max is going to check it. And just about adjusts away back in time to get the kill onto Vinny, making a 4v4. No HP for Max, though. Might come some easy kills for SHR if he's prepared for it. They might have heard his footsteps, though. Max can move forward into dark, checks the angle, gets the kill. No way takes Hasso Peak out, though. So Max remains 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb is just being picked up, but dropped again by No Way. His second kill, a very important one. Adames is forced to fight. He takes it back to evens again. Lucan's getting suppressed. He's playing distraction, but that Orpa here downstairs, ready to deny. Adames has to go for the bomb plant, and Try just denies him, gets the hell away from Lucan's contact angles, because that will be enough to win the round. A 6th off timer for Imperial.
Yeah, this has just been a back and forth game where both teams haven't given themselves much of a likelihood of continuing streaks of rounds, getting mass momentum involved. Even there, down towards a lower bomb site, some just good time stalling overall. Yes, SHR doesn't quite find impact, but the way that he sets up No Way on the cross, how they get the AWP down in the lower corridors quite easily. Top site lurk from Lucan is struggling with that duel towards Hut. That makes it awkward for him to drop in the vent. Even the buy state for the T is awful for round 12.
Or trying to take a shot to Try, doesn't quite find him. Max is Mac 10, leans up first and foremost. Molotovs are sent. He's trying to fight onto that locker room, but not able to do so. Meanwhile, on the upper bomb site, Try and SHR dealing with those quick pushes from 9Z as well towards ramp. Two players trying to fight, but no one's being seen. SHR again going to get aggressive. Shadow's also pushed on already towards lobby. Hasso Peak is back. He's turned Imperial, just bullying 9Z now. This broken by for the last round of the half. It should turn a half advantage for the Imperial camp. This Mac 10 can at least upgrade to a rifle, grab that bomb. That is 3 more kills to try and isolate. The crossfire's already locked in.
You're in a position where no one is over-facing. He's hoping that there's a door walk. He's hoping that there's an extension. And while No Way is making sound, they're still not giving anything. This is really good discipline from Imperial.
They're going to try. Swings up and force the man to take a miss. It's a tiny amount of damage. Eventually gets that kill in. Smoke actually provides some cover for the reload, so he can also escape the ire of No Way. Trying to fake out the idea he's going for a big old wrap, but Imperial know that he hasn't got time for that. Well, unless he runs and makes a ton of noise. It's timing against the No Way part. And he leans in and gets caught by the CT player. 7-5 at the turn. Not quite as dominant, but still in favour of Imperial. 2 rounds separate the two squads. Imperial lead going into the T side. 9Z and a great little bit of job on their T half thus far. Well, their defensive show enough to win that pick.
Well, at the moment, it's not really showing us much between the two teams, Jay. I don't think it's giving us an idea on who's going to win this map. It looks as if it could go down to the wire. Try on the outside with the P250 and Armor just scaling at the moment. And with an opening kill, he's hunting the edge of the smoke against the CT. Does get caught, but they don't know about Vinny.
SOP can follow up on the bump site as well. Max with 2 kills. Vinny taps him into the back of the head, but needs to get all sorts of kills simultaneously. They surround the situation, and 9Z quickly put down Imperial. It's a good start from Trotter. I'm pretty sure he got the one tap without P250, but not enough to win the round there from Imperial. Overwhelmed as soon as 9Z got them to act together, and without the bomb plant bonus, Imperial won't have much to force to buy. They're going to do it anyway.
Well, they get themselves in a position where none of the A players are successful, are they? You get Tri on the outside that gets one. Vinny then gets another from main. Out from Hut, they just get obliterated by that Julie that's on top. And Tri is going in for a scout with Armor. Everybody else going into Glocks and a couple of P250s.
RMS heard that tag, so he can deal with 1 and 2. Martinez also going to chime in. Easy pickings against these pistolers and Try getting little impact for that scout investment. Hero weapon with no support around it. Imperial will be equalized against. They will also have their first gun buy of the half.
You're now in a position, if you are Imperial, where you just need to start putting your foot down a little bit more on this T side. I mean, 51.2 round win percentage in the last 3 months. And know that they're going to be very critical with the newer players in with the roster, get them familiar with the overall systems. I mean, when I look at the map pool, we've at least seen Cello and SHR play a little bit of Dust 2, play a bit of Inferno, a bit of Nuke. It's Train, Mirage, and the likes of Anubis where they've played basically the least amount of maps out of the entire pool.
Straight thinks onto SHR to kick things off for the CT side. 9Zen will work down even more damage on Vinny. SHR took even more tags towards the outside, so 9Zen is starting to win these gunfights pretty consistently. Flashbang forward as Lukin tries to take some leaves out of the playbooks of Imperial. Straight aggression in towards lobby and ramp. 5-on-3. SHR still being low. Almost makes it a 5-on-2 for 9Zen.
It's an excellent play. That's really creative to go in for a pop flash through a smoke, and then the targetization when you pull distraction and you get an opening kill towards ramp, you get players turning the other way. You get distraction being pulled, and that allowed the hut push to come in. Very gimmicky, but very well done with the util basage. And now for Imperial, I mean, you've just got nothing in this round. The best you can hope for is a couple of exit kills at most.
Try and SHR, now just Try alone. Tag 9, of course, we brought into the scout. AK in the hands of Max, picked up from his quick backstab shot out of Secret. Gets a 3K overall in the round. 9Zen have taken control.
And when I look at the overall position from 9Z, the current 6-game winning streak from them, you look a little deeper and you go, do you know what? There's quite a few 2-0s in there. The 2-0 versus Keydstars, a Furia FE, Odic, Bounty Hunters. The only time that they've been pressed to 3 maps has been against the Red Canids and against Odic. Now that series a bit earlier on today, they probably should have closed down the last map a lot earlier. They had a 9-3 half on Inferno, and yet it went all rounds in regulation.
Always something to think about when we go to Inferno a little bit later on in this series. Picked in by Imperial, of course. Is that truck all the way back or come back, something that can be replicated by the opposition in this context? May well find out when time comes. For now, it seems like 9Z have taken the dominance that Imperial showed at certain times during that first half and applied it to their own game plan and come out very good for it and all. Only damage in this round has been done to Lucan and Martinez. Both players are alive. Adames making some back towards Try. Cello trying to go for a big old flag, but now he's lost his teammates and lost the bomb. He's got no leverage.
Nah, nothing at all. This has been a really tidy start to the second half from the CTs. Not only are they not dropping many players on these lighter buys, but they're keeping the mass AKs, and that's what you want going into the gun rounds.
Adames picks up the last. 9-7 with a scoreline for the 9Z camp. Imperial yet to start on T side. Second tactical called in by the Brazilian squad. Need to figure out a new game plan. Need to figure out a new answer to what 9Z are doing because things are looking particularly provisioned for them.
A little bit of history for the analyst right now of Imperial, ZQKS. He played in EPL Season 5 with one of the worst track records in history. 1 win and 23 losses when he was playing for a squad called the Foundation that basically got dropped by the organization of Selfless back in the day.
And that must have been like...
It would have been early 2017, so on the roster...
It's like season 4, 5, maybe 6.
Season 5.
Okay, so season 5, yeah, so... Alright, quite a veteran.
Yeah, CJ the King, MCE, Caboose, some of the old guard players.
Remember correctly, he was also on a roster in season 1 or 2 that I think made the finals. The LAN finals, where back when it was like the online league play into a LAN finals.
No, only played season 5 and 6.
Maybe thinking of something else then, maybe a different league at the time. There was quite a few pro leagues going around back in 2015.
Well, you
had
had
to look into that.
I was going to say you've got ESL Pro League, but in terms of the actual pro league beginnings, I mean it
kind of bled in from season 3 to ESL Pro League, so I would count that.
Okay.
I would count that. I think if you track the lineage, you've probably seen that the teams that are invited to season 3 came from season 2 of ESL ESEA Pro League.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of veterans in both of these rosters. I mean, I even look at Max. I mean, he played in ESL Pro League Season 9 and Season 10 with Isurus. And I remember at the time, they were quite well known in the local scene. Played Season 18 and Season 20 with the 9Z organization most recently. Yeah, Isurus, in terms of Argentinian Counter-Strike with some of the Uruguayan players, was quite the name, quite the organization back then.
Himself quite a player in the context of this 9Z squad because he's kind of the cornerstone of the roster, isn't he? He's been around for about over 4 years now.
Well, 26th of February is when he joined, so...
In 2020.
We're talking a long time. Nearly 5.5 years? Yeah, that's not a bad tenure.
Captain in more than just the role. Let's see whether he can apply that tenure into this series, take revenge and return onto the Imperial side. We did back during the LAN event. We talked about that one head-to-head on record between the two teams. This time to make progress in the Pro League qualifier. 7-9 is the current scoreline for 9Z again. Imperial looking for their first T-side round here. Another concession may well lead to the end of the map if things are not careful. We're looking at potentially 11-7 if 9Z can continue momentum.
SHR gets a nice little opener on the outside, just trying to prod out there from the top of the silo. Vinny then gets an inner kill. And you find within the first 30 seconds of the round, it's just a pure collapse. Now the CTs keep prodding, they keep pressing this lobby crunch because they've got no other option.
Stray shot for Vinny. Max goes down. No way he's picked up the same. 4v2 situation. Imperial again dragged up by Luke, who tries to generate some sort of return, but Martinez is all alone with that one-for-one trade there by Cello's part. Heard that player outside of the lobby, but he's not going to come in through lobby. He's going to make his way in through mini. A chance for Martinez to try and drop the bomb carrier, but 2 players to peek him. Imperial will hold their nerve. They're their 8th, their first of the T-side.
Lucan's playing very well right now, but even with a couple of kills, it wasn't enough to redeem the round. And I look at him as a guy that is now playing his 3rd time a part of the organization. He was on Furious, went over to 9Z, got kicked, went over to Sharks, came back, got kicked again, went to Bestia, and has now returned for that 3rd tenure. And that's something that I would assume that happens quite frequently with some of the local teams, is that you sort of go because they're not quite what you need, but then as the rotation door comes in, you often recycle. Spam on the outside as Max just falls. Cello couldn't see a single thing there.
Martinez orb straight onto Vinny will start things off for the CT side return. Got that first kill for Cello though, so it's still a 4-on-4. LMS can't see anything beyond these smokes. They start to clear, but still no vision. They've already made their way in towards Secret, and Lucan is going to catch at least the backline player, so no way get cleaned up. But the other three are still in play down here at the corridors, and there is no main rotation from 9Z. Got a player in ramp that will rotate when noise is heard.
And Martinez has only got the AWP, though, so he probably won't be too wide up on the angle. He'll be quite happy to throw a flashbang, wait for rotations to come either on the vent drop or out from Secret. You just play the man up here. Now, Try is going to molly, and then they're going to open up the double doors and get the bomb down straight away. They're just going to try and slow the CTs on rotate.
Well, the molly will telegraph what's going on here for the Imperial side. Try is going to put that bomb down.
They need a kill. They can't just sit back and play defensively here. They've got to either try and retake ramp or at least retake the single door. Try and put emphasis on the Secret rotation.
Being real slow about these rotations, though. Only now Adam S is looking to join Martinez. Not give away the information. Hasselpeak making noise over the Secret, drawing out a nade. So aware of one player towards Decon corridor. Cello from double door corridor gets the kill against the man. Try and Cello continue to chime in against each other. Lucan's all alone. As great as he's been, this is a bridge too far in terms of the clutch. Imperial will even the board.
And well done to Cello. And you look at him, I mean, he's played 11 seasons of ESL Pro League, all the way back to season 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. That's quite a streak to try and make it happen into 22. And this is a guy that's got a lot of experience under his belt, and even though he's reuniting with the likes of Vinny, it's still very early on. This is what, his third tournament, him and SHR, since they've rejoined up.
To his credit, he's done pretty well in those tournaments that he's had. On the pick event was the first place, of course, did well in that Circuit Toe qualifier. And dominant results over the course of the Pro League qualifier as well. They've started off again with Vinny chiming in. First frag against him, try to follow it up. Hasselpeak trying to maintain this defensive line at ramp, but not going to work out for him on a solo mission. No trade potential for 9Z in that circumstance, so Adam S and Martinez to fight for their careers at this stage, 2v4.
Just starting to get a good feel with this T side, aren't they? Vinny is going to, unfortunately, miss the timing against the AWPer that escapes up there towards the T roof.
Oh, I think he just caught a pixel of him. Yeah, he knows. I'm going to get the best timing against the man, though. Martinez might get caught by other individuals. But only barely. Martinez only barely seeing the man. He gets caught with no weapon in hand. So literally a pixel's worth of info. Loses the AWP for the 9Z side. And with the money being where it is, that's not a good look. Not even better as well than Imperial going to take the lead back.
I even look at Adam S and I think, well, what's his future? Is he going to go back towards Europe? Because this is a guy that played in that whole Iberian family, Movistar Riders, Koi, Iberian Soul now mix for a very long time. A lot of different iterations of that squad. Had a little stint playing with the Romanians of Zello and BTN out there on Nexus. Had an even briefer stint helping out the Fnatic Rising organization. But this is his first move to South America. Hasn't been here previously.
I mean, he speaks Spanish, right? Like he speaks that kind of language because he's been on literally a bunch of Iberian projects in the past. So it wouldn't be impossible for him to stay in South America.
Just depends on what offers you get. I mean, right now there's a lot of squads in this region that are making changes. A lot of them, even in this closed qualifier, making changes just before the first games.
I'll say that Adam S is quite a talent. Could find quite a lot of use out of him from any teams that maybe may or may not be interested. Adam S will try his best to fight on with the hero rifle in this round, unfortunately. Only goes so far as that one opening kill against SHR. Vinny's going to take him right back. And even though he's tagged low, the USPs, 5.7s and Eagles really don't have enough behind them to try and steal around unless there's some serious unchecked positions and lazy responsives from Imperial.
Yeah, they look so structured on their T side, even against the lightened buys. There's no aggression. It's pack and group. It's good utility usage. one player down here towards lower of Hasso Peak. I mean, he might be able to get one. He shouldn't get any more.
Looks away at the wrong moment as well. Try it. Quick headshot. And that is the B side. Basically under Imperial control. Not even Max wants to stick around and try to get some exits. Grab the AK at least from the top end of that silo. Keep that one weapon in against the Imperial side.
This streak's just getting out of control, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this was a 9-7 score line at one point. It's now 4 in a row for Imperial. So there's a lot of importance that can come in this next gun round. I mean, even for Hasso Peak, the Chilean player, he's came through from 9Z Academy. He's been about the main team for about 18 months or so. He's only qualified to Pro League once, and that was back in Season 20. So the idea that you've got to take down a top dog of Imperial, especially on your map pick, it's about stepping up to the occasion. It's about getting yourself into that upper bracket final, making that chance and that run to first place even easier.
2 rounds for the good on the Imperial camp. 9Z facing a lot of very heavy aggression from No Way and Co. And down here makes it work. He plays that orbit to make a mistake. He doesn't miss the second chance though. No Way just about catches him off guard. Martinez forced to take an O-scope and it doesn't connect for him. With Vinny and No Way being tagged though, this 4-on-4 gets even better for the 9Z side until No Way continues to frag. At 22 points of health, he's being a major thorn in the side of 9Z, a credit card. Meanwhile, downstairs on the B bomb side, Lucan's getting tested, and SHR is going to take him down. So 2-man advantage. Even if No Way goes falling, they'll have everything they need to win the round on the Imperial side. 9Z, oh, you mentioned how important this round was going to be for their campaign. And they have completely lost it. They might even lose these rifles still.
Just got beaten by pace on the outside, didn't they? That was so much quicker than what we've seen previously. And I've got to be honest, out of the last 2 best of 3s, Jay, that may be one of the sickest kills that you'll see all day from No Way. The idea that you are trapped in credit, you've been HE'd down to red HP, you can't do anything except fight your way out of trouble, and you hit a clothesline shot against the main player. That was difficult, and he made it look easy. Hasso Peak and Adam S are doing everything to try and hold on to the weapons, but it looks unlikely. Adam S now has got to try and turn away from the util. Completely blinded. That's an excellent hunt. A great round there from Imperial. And what a T-side this has been. What a streak this has been from them. And it's made even Lucan, who's played very well in the first half and even in the second half. I mean, he got nothing on that lower bomb site. He got baited out on the observation window peak completely.
Yeah. Making them look like fools, Imperial. What a map-up this is going to turn out to be, because a 5-round streak. I'm expecting it to go to 6.
Not even a
9Z.
tag.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say 9Z haven't even taken a chance to rethink the approach or to try and find some sort of pocket strat with 2 SMGs. Of course, they have those 2 SMGs because they lost the 2 rifles at the end of that round. So just to show exactly how impactful that hunt was from the Imperial side.
Yeah, this is a round where you just default. You don't get too gimmicky here if you're an Imperial. You know that the bi-state's weak, so you don't want to be up against any sort of unorthodox boost or a play up towards ramp. If you just search on the outside and you play it quite simple and pack heavy, it's basically a done deal. And Martinez is hoping for the main split. Adam S is going to try and search out here from Secret, but he's got no flashbang from the Heaven player, so there's not much that you can do on this peak.
Martinez stands by, barely able to receive SHR, the edge of that smoke. Lucan turns away from a flashbang, undetected as of yet. Right past, his teammate's going to run right into this, but he does strike to at least take Vinny back down. Not wary of No Way though. 3-on-3 as a result.
Still plenty of time. They've got options to go Hell, to go down towards B, to regroup back into lobby. Hasso Peak out here towards Mustang could be a particular player that is of intrigue, just because it hasn't been held previously.
Not sure where to look. Gets caught on the jump. Dead to the hands of Tri. Cello caught another one on the inner bomb site, the upper bomb site. Hasso Peak Catches that bomb carrier, 15 seconds. If he gets his second kill, he might be in with a chance. HE sent towards heaven. That might catch off No Way, do some damage, but not try and actually get the kill against me. He's stalled for time, though. Could get sandwiched. 4 seconds. Plant is just going to come down in time. Hasso Peak forced to strike. Takes the man. Second one doesn't fall. No Way clutches it up for Imperial. And it's a 6-round streak to close out map 1 of Nuke.
What an excellent showing from a T-side line, and when you consider that it's still quite early days of getting SHR familiar with the system, getting the likes of Cello familiar with the calling of Vinny in the current era, they look composed. T-side of Nuke is not easy for a new squad, and I think they kept it really basic. They had some good adaptations in terms of pace. We had some quicker rounds, some really slow ones. And just across the board, they made 9Z feel very uncomfortable. That CT side should have been a lot more solid from them. They'll be disappointed to end on a streak like that, but to not even get double digits on your map pick.
Yeah, Imperial, however, on the contrary, for their own side of things, they must be feeling real good about this. They've already got a 13-1 on Nuke earlier on today, and just the 6-map win streak they've got, now extending towards 7 with this W that they have on the board. This is a hell of a scary sort of run of form that they've got, and when you consider that this is a 9Z team that also have a scary run of form as of late, this is only adding more points to Imperial's favoritism.
And maybe it's questioning the map pool with the whole idea of the roster. I mean, this is back-to-back officials now where you took on Odic earlier on today, you've now taken on Imperial, you've picked News twice, and you've lost it twice, both times with the exact same scoreline of 9-13. Now, I don't think they could have picked any other map because Dust 2 and Ancient are really their only other options. I think they get thrown into Nuke in terms of a confident pick. So there's no questioning the veto process, but when your #1 map in the pool has been lost twice on the same day, it's not a good look for the organization at all.
You might have to be looking towards that Dust 2 third map as then their next key opportunity, or one of their key opportunities to try and take down the Imperial side. But to get there, they're going to have to beat Imperial at their own game. Inferno is coming up next. It's picked by the Brazilian squad. And Lions have got a lot of work to do when we come back from the break.
Every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
The second map sees Imperial in with a chance to make it a 2-0 series, having taken Nuke away from 9Z and looking real good. It's their home territory of Inferno next up. Dwayne here. Is this a similar case to the last series where we completely out of faith in the opposition now?
I don't think we can ever be completely out of faith just because of the level of caliber of both of these teams. I think when you go deeper into brackets, teams can win each other's map picks. It's just that it's going to be a difficult feat. Now, I would say for 9Z, they had a pretty good Inferno behind them against Odic a little bit earlier on today. My issue is that they were 10-3 up, lost pistol, one anti-force buy to make it 10-4. That should be a 13-4 game, wrap it up, get the game over and done with. And instead it went all rounds in regulation. It went to 13-11 in the end. So results recently haven't really took on the best of teams. It's going to be a tough grind. It's going to be a real tough official if they do want to try and drive it towards this decider of Dust 2.
And we're talking about all these things in relation to 9Z's lineup, the dead team syndrome, the obviously chokes that you just mentioned on this particular map up, and all the stats and things that head towards the favor of Imperial, right? I mean, they're on a 3-map winning streak on this one. Yeah, it's not been the best one in terms of their overall 3-month period, but they are getting wins on it as of late. So you've got a lot of things to back up for the Imperial side, even if 9Z, of course, are still a reputable team of their own right things. I mean, look, I will say that right down that the 2-0 looks, in my opinion, more likely than not, even if not a complete absolute guarantee.
Well, we know that for Imperial, it's a chance for them to reinvent their map pool ever so slightly. Dust 2 is one of their best maps in the pool. I would say Anubis is probably in and around second place, and then Inferno should be your third in that conversation, and then probably Mirage as your fourth option. So knowing that you've brought in SHR and Cello, you're probably going to start testing it a little bit. I mean, they picked Dust 2 against Elevate. They picked Anubis versus Red Canids. They're now picking Inferno today. They are trying to move it around a little bit, and I just kind of look at the idea that you've got Vinny and Cello coming back together. I mean, they were teammates on this organization from September of 2022 to June of 2023. It's been a long time since then, but you can already see that synergy coming back together. Cello looked exceptional out there on map 1.
Yeah, indeed he did, and I think that obviously being the fact that he's obviously the new addition of the veterans at the very least, alongside SHR, you've got yourself like a very good sort of debut sort of position in terms of this competition, in terms of where his sort of level of performance is lining up, right? It is home territory on Nuke, of course, for the side, but for the 9Z side, but just for Cello to do as well as he's doing, I mean, it's already working well, and he's only been signed for like 17 days or so. So it's a lot of positivity just in that particular side of things alone. But I think just in general, the whole team was playing like a well-oiled machine, honestly.
And it makes sense. I mean, they have won 11 out of their past 13 best of 3s on HLTV. They've only lost to Legacy and the XW7M roster. I look at even how they performed at the major itself. I mean, they narrowly lost out to Bait, narrowly lost out to Nemega. They trashed the likes of Metasport, and then probably should have been able to beat the likes of Legacy. They went on for a really good run. So even with the core, they still made it to the major, and they still tested teams at the tier 1 level.
And they're making moves to try and see if they can, in the overarching side of things, try and make a bit of a deeper run of the major. Clearly, Imperial are well on track to do that in the early portions of the season. All they have to do is continue to make light work of the likes of 9Z. Early pistol, second map. Already started off to the favor of 9Z as Lucan will draw first blood against SHR.
Imperial could be running into a bit of a trap out here in the brackets if they don't use their util correctly, especially with the Julies. I mean, close range, this could be a double kill.
What a mess, not even required. He's smoked off, he does peek in. Hasso peek gets 2 kills instead, and Martinez indeed will spam down the last couple of individuals. And 9Z will make light work of the pistol instead.
Now, Hasso Peak coming into this series is currently the 3rd highest rated player in the tournament. So a guy that's been able to put up a lot of impact in that series versus the Bounty Hunters, against the Odic organization. You've also got Try, that's the 2nd highest rated player in the tournament. Had a really good series against Elevate and against the Red Canids. So I'm looking at those 2 players in particular, especially after map 1, to see what their map 2 performance is going to look like. Imperial didn't get close towards the bomb site, didn't get close to a single kill, so very light on the investment. A single deagle, and that's it.
Well, plus a Zeus as well for Vinny, if you want to count that and all.
And the No Way one.
Yeah, that too. There you go. 3 upgrades. One of which has already gone to waste. Nothing in by Vinny there to the broken, or the broken wall, the half wall over a banana. Martinez will start to farm some cash from the SMG here. formality overall for the 9Z side. Imperial just want to make sure they don't go down towards the SMGs. No way's found a line in towards the bomb site. If only he had the bomb with him and try and sneak in that plant, get a little bit of extra cash. Now it's been seen there to the apartments. They'll ensure that that does not become a viable objective. So Peak does deal with both of them. All's end as well for 9Z, 2-0.
Yeah, the head coach of 9Z, Bit, we know that he was previously a pro player. Him and Cello were actually teammates on the NTC tag way back in April of 2018 to July of that year. They went to ESL 1 Belo Horizonte. Also went to the or the Americas minor, I should say, for the London major in 2018.
Again, looking at all that experience. Just catching no way off guard there in the bedroom, but doesn't get away with his life. Martinez strikes first on the kill counts, but Cello quickly to return. A 4-on-4, catching that man off guard. Now they've got apps access and control because AdamS is not challenging it.
I will say I like the positivity that I'm seeing from the CT side. The advantages being pushed in aggressive moves. They're confident to making those extensions. Not frequently do we see plays into bedroom down towards the second mid, and while Hasso Peak doesn't get much out of it, I think it sends a pretty good message. It sends a good mindset on how they want to play in this first half. And Martinez out here on B can take a shot and then just deploy util, try and stall the T-side players.
Max is on the way in. Martinez, the first port of call, flash banged off, takes a shot immediately, backs away. Counter incendiaries are there to stall for time, get that second player in position. Re-smoke to the CT cross. Martinez and Max have the task. Martinez strikes. No way goes down. Can they trade back the SMG at point blank? Yes, they can. Max agitating. Martinez pinned in the corner and will get overwhelmed soon enough. 3-on-2. Couldn't get the kill from beyond that smoke. Vinny left alive with 14 HP to plant that bomb. AdamS and Lucan are out of there.
Well, you feel for Martinez because he needs to get more help. He needs more assistance from Max that's trying to work on the edge of that coffin smoke. Right there, Martinez has been able to try and stall for time. He's repositioning. He's getting himself out towards dark. He gets himself a secondary kill. He just needs Max to get one. As long as one kill comes in, then that retake is going to be attempted. But it doesn't happen. Imperial, I mean, they make it tough for the AWPer, don't they? They keep jiggling. And then as soon as you're in that position and you get baited, you are basically a done-up. Imperial made their first happen. Not an easy round at all. Good work from the AWP. And I wonder now, I mean, you look at where the money sits. Hasso Peak up towards 4,800. There'll be another rebuy, but it could be a couple of rounds until Martinez gets that big green back in his hands.
That's the play on the automatic M4 alongside the rest of his teammates. SMG for Max being the weakened weapon. Imperial also with majority of automatics, but with an AWP on try. Get the frag alongside SHR. Vinny going to be the forward man here at Banana. Imperial and 9Z for that matter. Point blank sprays. Vinny's going to avoid the death. He will see his man for a chance to get the kill to open up. SHR's forced to get him in return. Lucan's taking quite a lot of damage to the utility of the T side. As they back away beyond that smoke, they will not take any contact. It will fade, and Lucan does not stick around to spot them. AdamS will repeat. The AK engages from Try. Damage is done in return, though. It forces both sides to respect the utility and maintain a 4-on-4.
Yeah, it's been brutal out here towards Banana for both squads. There's been so much util, so much spam. Eventually, you can just relax for a little bit. Bit of respect being offered now from the CT line. You allow AdamS to pick up some of that util that was dropped out towards spawn. You've got a bit of a rotator of Lucan. They might feel, because they don't have a huge amount of util left and that there's a low HP Lucan, that they need to gamble stack. And as of right now, you got two players towards A, but I wouldn't be surprised if they rotate a third player over towards B or a third player to A.
So Peak, Martinez start to hold the defensive line, and they're instantly domed in by the Imperial offenders. Bomb plant secured. AdamS and Lucan again caught away from the site plant. Will start to upgrade their weapons. Their players, Vinny and Try. There's no way they're going to get any way back into the round. Imperial, even the board.
Now, even for Vinny, he's got to be hungry to get back towards a Pro League because he played a lot of Pro League seasons with Furia. You think back to season 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, had a little bit of a streak there, and then over with Imperial from 17, 18, 19, and 20. Crazy to think that he's been a part of Imperial now for nearly 3.5 years. I mean, when I think of Furia, even still, I think of the original roster that was there, even with Abel J, that a lot of people will remember now. But that was just such a long-standing roster, especially the core, that when it eventually split up, I mean, Vinny has very much played on Furia Imperial, and that's it. That's his entire pro career.
Strictly speaking, there were a couple of other projects prior and since that point, but in terms of the projects which he's basically been best known for and the project he's been most successful with, yeah, you're right. These two organizations are tied to his legacy in general. Was that a collateral tag?
No, that was the util damage of the HEs towards Banana.
I was just thinking, that doesn't seem all that right, but it works well for 9Z, slight advantage. They even get another HE into the apartments where Cello and No Way will tank that down to half HP for them, 60 HP for Try and SHR. It's a lot of missing health for Imperial.
Very defensive setup out here towards brackets. No one on the short side, meaning that Hasso Pete with the MP9 has to kind of give that area up. Haven't been able to retake Banana either on the CT line. Very light on the util.
Great fashion, it's No Way. Goes down pretty easily to Hasso Peak's MP9. Enjoy that range game while you got it, my friend. It's not going to last forever. Adam S flashbanged off. But he goes at the cubby corner. Strikes against only one. Cello gets away at 5 points of health. Might charge right into Max, though, who'll trade him. Look back in for the second round of it. That's the bomb on his back, but he does get the returning frag. 30 seconds to deal with Hasso Peak. His SMG started off the round with the kill counts. Sees a gun barrel. He knows that the player out there. Unawares at the second. Vinny's nowhere near supporting Try. Hasso Peak fighting from range. Gets his kill. Vinny now on site. Bomb plant secured. No faking. Try and force him to make the move. Force Hasso Peak to take the aggression. He'll do well with that aggression. At 1 point of health. He secures his triple. And secures 3 rounds for 9Z.
Now, Hasso Pete, the highest rated player on Inferno for the 9Z organization in the last 3 months, averaging a 1.32. Not easy when you're an apps player. The heavy anchor on the bomb site. Your job is to stay alive, waste a lot of time, always wait for reinforcements. But right there on the MP9, he's completely alone. And for Imperial, considering that they didn't check that cubby quarter, I think that round has gone pretty well for them. Because that should have just been a complete shutdown. With the AWP rotating in, with the M4 being tucked, Vinny should not have even had an opportunity to turn around 180 and get that kill.
Not at all. Kills on to Vinny. Will take in the star for Max. Mac 10 in for SHR. Takes Lucan on the return with no damage traded. Imperial blocked out of the side by Utility. I think I actually missed smoke there from Max. Mac 10's going to get ahead of the game, but doesn't quite work out for him. Cello, while beyond that smoke, will take Max down. Trying his AWP will do it. Martinez, Adam S undetected as he staggers his approach from Noob Box, turns it into a 2v2 with a kill on Cello.
And now with the retaking util that's going down from the city side, it's driving the T's elsewhere. And for Hasso Peak, he might be out of position and where he was in the last round, but this is still an AK and 100 HP. It's about timing on whether he can repause and not get caught on the side.
And he's got Adam S inbound. They're going to try and lay heavy towards A, thinking that Imperial have forced the rotation thanks to his defensive and utility. Maybe on the support. No one's watching. No, someone is watching. Excuse me. No way ready to receive. Adam S goes down. Now they know the B side must be opened up for it. Hasso Peak plays A. A plant on B with no resistance, and it looks like this AK is going to try his hand at some sort of prod of a retake. The AWPer is ready to receive him though. Bomb plant secured. No chance to deny. Try. Being set past the sandbags, lands on Hasso Peak. Didn't expect him to be that far extended, so Imperial equalize again.
I had to go for that 1v2. You know the economy shattered. You know that you're going to be double ecoing buying anyway, so you give yourself the crack of the 1v2. That was a real puggish round from Imperial, catching some really weird timings. I mean, SHR, it was greedy to go for that refrag after his teammate had fallen. And then even after that, it's a solo mission, trying to push through the top banana smoke. You've then got Cello that does the exact same thing, cutting the rotation out towards brackets. And that was a gimmicky round. That certainly wasn't clean CS from Imperial.
They do get away with the round regardless, and 9Z will be forced to play with a much less cleaner buy. M4 for Lucan. MP9s and pistols on the other four. Really not the best of setups. At least the utility is doing consistently well. Damage on Vinny and Try without even taking contact style.
Even for Lucan, with how well he's played so far throughout this series, he's got to be hungry to get back towards a Pro League, because he played at Season 10 and Season 12 with Sharks, and then we haven't seen him since then. That's a long time period to go on a drought without qualifying.
Promised land in this case. Seconds for Imperial now. A-site is again going to be that target, but look how many players are there to receive. Clearing the M4 of Luke, and Imperial don't know the trap they're running into. About to get sprung quick.
This gamble stack looks promising, especially with the players not over-peaking. They are all tucking right now.
So Jar first in, Hasso P gets no way in the apartments, potentially drawn right up there. Player at pit, no need to strike. Player on site does do so with Lucan in support. 4v2, Matt 10 comes in, can't do much, tries no scope. Going to be a 1 second pick of the SMG, but it's a steal well and true for 9Z.
Just a situation where it's a complete gamble. It's an unknown that you're running into, low time on the clock. No one is given a jiggle anywhere. They're all tucking out from mini pit, out on the apartments. Hasso Peak has been just quite annoying in the apartments right now. Feels like every single time he goes for one of those wider swings or one of those more advanced duels, he's just winning it, whether it be an MP9 or even a 5.7. And for Imperial, I mean, that was the ticket to not only pushing on, but being able to generate a bit of a round streak, and instead they've lost it to the anti-force buy.
Z. Back in control of this, then extend it to a 5-3 and all. As much out of this fast half as possible. Again, you're on your opponent's map pick and you're down by one in the series. Put the harp against Imperial. Impressive orb sequence from Martinez. On Max in support to ensure that the AWP stays alive as USP that picks up the Quadra. Anti-eco frags though, Imperial not losing much in the round. They're saving their cash to try their hand at another buy. It's still going to look weaker though. You're already seeing Khalil's to get more utility out.
Yeah, well done to Martinez. Definitely a player that was under the guidance of Alex quite nicely on that Movistar Riders organization. Played at Pro League season 16, 17, and 18 and performed very well on LAN. Made a statement of what he could do against Tier 1 opposition and kind of got his name out there as a player that could go on and do further things than what that team could. Ended up going over towards 9Z and played at season 20. Now in season 22 in the qualifier, they've got to try and utilize him to make a run. I mean, never easy when you're a map down, especially when you're going into an opposition map pick that's looked quite comfortable in the recent few officials. But at the moment, 5-3, wouldn't say that either team's been able to stretch out too much here, but with looking at the economy of at least being around the 3K marker in reserve, and this has got to be for 9Z an opportunity to go 7-3 up right here and right now.
pressure of Hasso Peak. You get punished by the players on the pass. No, back to turn. No way has no idea. The smoke is in the way for Hasso Peak. Oh, I think he just barely missed his mark. I don't know where he got the information from, but no way. Lucky to be alive right now. And he still gives himself up to Hasso Peak. Not expecting him to still be there at underpass. Advantage 9Z.
And now this is where the T-side needs to put pressure on towards brackets. They can't draw all of their attention and their time to try and re-clear this area. It's going to take so long because you don't know where he's gone to. The timing looks good. They have seen him at least.
And he still gets the kill on Vinny. Mag 10 from range does at least take back that casualty, but they've lost so much time, so much map control, and of course the 2-for-1 trade there for Imperial. 9Z. One's currently in control. Got Martinez's AWP as well at the ready. The top fragger in server right now for his squad, ready to receive the entire T-side forces. Cello boosted up, and Martinez is not ready for that.
And now the CTs can start coming in en masse, but look at the util. There's nothing for them. A single flashbang to get them through that CT smoke. This is not going to be an easy retake by any stretch, and tries overextended to cut the rotation against Max.
Man advantage shifts the way of the Imperial side. 9Z quickly throwing the towel on this round. They've got other opportunities to make the half advantage happen, but this one seems like it's a little bit too far gone. A 2v3 retake, not going to happen. Imperial to 4.
And that's a death slamming moment if you're Hasso Peak. Yeah, you've been set up in that round with the util, but you have legitimately gone down brackets into second mid. You've toyed for time. You've got yourself a multi-frag, and your team's just let you down. You have not been able to close after what is a very unique circumstance. And I always get the feeling, especially in an upper bracket semi, when you're a map down, those mistakes are going to cost you best of threes. Those rounds where it should have been the closure. It should have been 7-3 up. It's now been answered. We saw how even Imperial, I would say, leveled up. They had an okay first half of Nuke, but as we went deeper into the game, they showed their quality, and I expect the same thing to reoccur here. Once they get into that second half, when they get on that CT side, you do expect a cleaner performance from them.
Imperial for now is trying to see if they can bring back as much on the T side as they can. 9Z. No weapons set, the AK in for Adam S. No warps for them. Imperial have one for try. No way starts clearing out. All the attention is really in brackets here for them. No way. When does he start making a way in, or does he even do so at all?
It's all about the util timing. Martinez trying to turn away from the util. Now, Banana's being contested by one. They've got an anti-flash out there towards the top of Porch. Adam S has just about seen the AWP on the contact. Now they start swinging it into the open, and it's an absolute shutdown. This is a great holdout in brackets.
3K from Adam S, support the third man against Martinez. And you're right, it is a shutdown kind of round for 6-4 on the board. 9Z will have minimums. Imperial probably going to lose the half from this position right here because there's just not enough cash in the bank.
They shouldn't force buy it. Even though that try is double eco, they should look at the situation with not dropping much out there in the last round. Just Glock it. Just try and get yourself the best buy possible for round 12.
Six to 4 on the board. 7-4 at the very least. Shenanigans aren't expected in a round like this. Imperial will still try to flash their way in towards this A bomb side. One sent over by Vinny to get him in the brackets. Quickly in towards, well, I'm going to say in towards long. Slow it down and readjust to go towards short. Martinez missing a shot with the AWP. Hasso Peak has his back. Adam S, similar story of the crossfire with the AK. Backup's also on the way in. Martinez at a slightly closer angle will deal with SHR. They do find one trade back on the team-side basis, but lining up for Hasso Peak takes a triple. Quadra in the round in general. And there's the half for 9Z. One more round in the half for Imperial to try and make it another 7-5 half overall.
And the flair that Martinez has brought out in the first half, it's a shame because T-side AWPing is going to be very difficult for him, and he'll probably be rifling with the AK quite a lot. But he's had some tidy sequences. He has given himself a good likelihood of always getting impactful kills and falling back, especially in the gun rounds. And that's what Try needs to get into a similar conversation when we swap the halves, sort of have that same level of flair.
Imperial. Hasso peeking his M4 is trying to lean down and look down onto the second, or the mid and second mid angles here from the balcony.
Well, they know that it's got to be heavy banana. If he's seeing nothing second mid and nothing crossing out to brackets, they can keep 3 on B right now.
Flash in against Max, he goes down. Run to the cross as Vinny leans forward alongside SHR to take down Hasso Peak. And one man stands on the back of the bomb site, Adam S. Needs a hero-like moment. Vinny doesn't check him all the way. He's back on 1, 2, not quite the third. A very difficult retake for Martinez now, who has a kit at least, but really needs to find an automatic weapon. There's just none around him. Imperial looks set for their 5th, and indeed it will be another 7-5 half of the half, it seems.
Well, it's a shame there for 9Z. I mean, that's a perfect setup. 3 on B. But just caught by the util, and even Martinez, he's getting nothing. No one's even over-peeking towards CT.
The Eagles pulled out. Making noise now, just got no time. They peek, they deal with him, and there it is, locked in. Still 2 to the good for 9Z, though.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
angels will always throw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is
9Z have control, but will they keep that control? Imperial from the deficit in the last map, still one out nuke, and they move to their CT side. The things may well pick up, Dweck.
They certainly got tested quite a bit out there in the first half. It was not easy. When we think it was a 3-3 score, you won't be too satisfied with 5 in the end. No way. Just trying to see if you can spot for some information. Jump out there towards first mid and towards second. You've got 3 on B with a little flash setup that could be retaking out there towards car. Not really too much other than just spotting for info, though.
No surprises, the 9Z are going to try and slow things down here on their T side. Vinny. First port of call on this defensive line, flashed in. But seeing nothing of 9Z. Now, whether that flash and peek came forward, try is going to be the main issue for them, though. Headshot onto Hasso Peak. First blood is drawn.
They might try and rotate brackets, knowing that you've started to rotate players over quite heavily. You've got a rotator in from Spawn. You've got a long player from Cello. It's all about contact. Now, Vinny's been able to only see one. He still didn't spot that bomb. It brings SHR over, and now even Cello's going to start thinking about moving. Oh, watch out for this resmoke, because this is going to go down.
Cello's ready. Martinez holding.
Ooh.
Oh, gap in that smoke. It does clear up soon enough, but 9Z have been stalled out, unable to exploit that gap. And moving back in towards mid, where try seeing them coming. Our force rotation back from 2 more CT players, but it's still got 2 on the central side defensive. 9Z are running out of time. Can't afford to let that time hit 0. Cash will be a concern. The round itself needs to go their way in. Oh, has still got try and no way on the resistance defensive. Now third man showing up for SHR. They only got 1 kill out of it though. Try's been overwhelmed. 5 seconds. They just get the bomb down. No. Cello going to try and force the issue. I think he got a kill. Yes, he did. He got the right man at the right time. And that is going to cripple 9Z in more ways than one.
Well, fair play to the protocol. Imperial know, because there's so little time left on the clock, we just need to send bodies in. It doesn't matter how gimmicky it gets or how chaotic it is. As long as we get the Plata, we win the round. And you can just see the rotators of B, mate, they're just sending it. They are just running through that moto smoke. And Cello just about gets the job done. And 9Z don't even go for the tack. I think we saw that out in the first map, but I was surprised in some of the moments that tap forces weren't being called.
Well, 9Z running into the meat grinder now with Vinny and SHR.
Oh boy.
Getting cash out for the MP9, simple kills in the M4. That was a force buy from 9Z. Didn't have a choice with a couple players being on hundreds of dollars for that lack of loss bonus. Now harsh eco to ensue as Imperial go up to evens.
Now think about what this would mean for Tribe, because the idea that he played in an ESL Pro League season with 9Z in season 18, and then did it with Imperial in season 20, in 22, you can kind of see the goal. I mean, you've won nuke already. You've been able to get into a position where, look, you can at least try and force it into the decider. Right now, I mean, how much are we even expecting on this eco, Jay? I mean, I'm not expecting much. There's a few upgrades. Nah. There's not going to be much for me.
I mean, you shouldn't be expecting anything in general because of the fact there's an eco. I say that, and actually managed to get a couple kills out of this one. I thought Try was going to be the latest victim, but SMG still strikes on Hasso, peaked with 3-on-3. MP9s to play with here for the T side, and M4 as well for Max. Lacking in the Kevlar department, though, so aim punch might become a factor. But he may well be the target, and no way in Cello are reading that. Smoke comes down, so forced to use some utility to counteract it. And incendiary extinguished quick though.
Boost up towards a flower pot. Aggro played through the smoke. It's being watched. Oh, look, that's a gimmick there from Max. It might be one of those that you come back to haunt you. But at the same time, I feel as if because of the limited weaponry that you've got, you need to try and outsmart your opposition. And if you could somehow squeeze your way through that smoke, there could have been something to work with. So it's unfortunate that nothing gets gained there.
Good tap from Adam S. to try and make another kill happen. Bomb plant can also be secured. So all in all, for an eco, 3 casualties plus a cash injection. I think you'd be happy if you're 9Z in the grand scale of things. Adam S is on for a little bit more as well. 100 HP. Flanking round. No one is accounted for it. Cello does look back at the other entrance over at the church. So Diffuse can get held soon enough. They're just looking to get those main rifles back in their favor. Once they can find where those guns went. Either way, we'll be around for Imperial.
And this is for 9Z where they need to put their foot down in terms of the early competitiveness of the second half. I think that's where they lacked on Nuke quite a bit. I mean, being up 9-7 and then pretty much just being slammed, losing 6 rounds in a row, not getting towards double digits. They just couldn't hold weight. And I now look at the idea that it's a single scoreline difference. Don't let Imperial turn this streak into a 10-7 game, because at that point you start getting really desperate. You start getting really nervous that you're not going to be able to provide much in the second half.
It's a scoreline that can be achieved with a simple rifle win right here. There's no cash in reserve for 9Z. To get bomb plant bonuses to sustain more force invest. Look at Cello. So close to the smoke. Max has got util in hand. And they're both sat inside that utility. So if the smoke fades and Cello sees him, it's guaranteed at least that 1 kill. Both players do back off though.
It's turning into a bit of an apps pop. I mean, it was aggressive util in the brackets to start off the round. You had a lot of smoke and flashes going out there towards alongside. Try is not obscured out here towards Boiler, so he can just kind of keep his eyes on both Boiler and brackets depending on how he moves.
Nades and flashes. Try's going to get forced back. Hasso peek, blind spraying. No one's seen close. Cello through the smoke gets a kill out of it. Good pre-fire angles, good reads on roughly where they're at, but only that 1 kill goes his way. The AWP of Try now involved. Jump face, past Boiler, gets him to base. Smoke's going to clear. Cello needs to get 1 kill out of this at the very least, alongside SHR support. They get Hasso peeking, Adam S. Try chimes in and gets another kill on Lucan. And that is exactly what Imperial were looking for. That is exactly what 9Z had to avoid. 4 in a row for the Imperial CT side. 9Z yet to start in the second half. And there will be another buyback here. They're desperate. They're in desperate need for a round.
Well, it tells you how much of a positive caller Vinny is. Even though it's a man advantage there, they don't sit back and play a passive crossfire. They keep searching. You've got the 2 riflers, HHR and Cello. They try and re-aggress out there towards long. Tries doing the exact same thing on the short and porch side. And tactical timeout can come through from Bit. I mean, the 9Z's head coach, I mean, he coached ESL Pro League season 16, 17, and 18 with MIBR. And then, of course, was even teammates with Try back in 2020 and 2021 when he was still playing a part of the organization before moving on to the head coach role. He's got to look at things right now and come up with a solution for the in-game leader of Max of how do we deal with Try? How do we make it uncomfortable for the AWPer? Because if he keeps finding success and he keeps getting multi-frags, this game's going to get wrapped up. 13's going to be on the board for Imperial.
9Z desperately need this round to go their way. The AWPer Try, shot missed. Jump face watching for more contact. He doesn't connect it. There's a dink back instead. 9Z got a lot more aggression out towards Nana, where Max is flashed in by Luke and going to kill an SHR, start things off with first blood for 9Z.
But Imperial have an overly aggressive play with the AWP and out there towards top banana too. So maybe that's something after the tactical that they can start to realign themselves from a T-side perspective, is how to deal with some of these aggressive moves. You've got yourself a potential gamble stack that might come in. I mean, Vinny's got a little bit more util that he can put down to suppress, but across the board, they might just leave 3 players A, and if it ends up being a B take, then so be it, you end up saving.
Are making their moves. Cello, HE's at the ready. Down against the T-side line, or fall back. Tries AWP. Doesn't hit his shot. Max gets the kill win. Down to 3 men. Imperial have 2 on the side defense. Cello does well to get the first. No more than that. Norway's going to get completely overwhelmed. And Vinny, all he can do is save. 9Z needed this round, and well, he just got it.
And right there, as soon as the AWPer falls, you know it's going to be an easy site take. There's only so much that 2 riflers can do when they're trying to hold a crossfire like that. It's difficult for No Way because when you get stuck out there towards the mini-pit position, you've got yourself a very small window to get the kill against the Moto player. And then after that, because of the util, it's going to be very difficult to transition on the players dropping down from the apartments and then swinging you on the short side towards a car. Cello gets 1, No Way gets nothing. And there's a response after the tactical, so you can say that that was used at a very good point in the second half.
coming together at the right moment. Imperial will still post up some resistance though. 9Z are not out of the woods. They've given themselves some breathing room at least. Money will start to build. They avoid that deathly 11-7 scoreline that we were talking about. Imperial could still hit double digits first though. The buy back in, tries on an AWP, then falls for everybody else. HE down beyond that smoke. Doesn't quite land deep enough to clear out vision. Meanwhile over at Banana, Vinny's going to face a lot of aggression from the 9Z side. Lucan's really gearing up here. A bit of a laggard game, but that's another entry frag for him.
It's a crazy attempt. There's no teammate in sight. There's no flashbang. That's just a raw confidence play. And for Imperial, it's now 2 rounds in a row in which they've lost an opener quite early towards Top Banana. They're going to rotate players in. They should try and retake Top Banana, and that's what's happening with the util. SHR's getting further aggressive.
Dash in with the AWP support. Bait out the AWP shot, try missing the flick. SHR's core putting utility down, so now he's dead. Tries in a bit of an awkward spot. Can't land that flick, caught flash blinded, overwhelmed by a Glock alone. Cello and No Way separated from each other in this 2-on-5. Cello, God, you need a Superman round, and he's just not going to get it. Lucan will be an easy enough frag. It's a shot to the back of the head with timing correct, but now the team's going to adjust against him. Jump face up, Adam S closes in, giving him 1v1 fights. Hashtag Peak wins one of them, and that's all you need.
Look, right there, you just have a moment where you're just not quite getting the connections when you go aggressive. I think it's the right play when you're down by a man. They go in dry, they bait the AWPer, but SHR, he gets caught trying to transition up onto the sandbags. You know that Tri needs at least 1, maybe 2 kills with the AWP, and he gets nothing. Imperial are struggling to close this game out. You think about where the scoreline was, of being down 4-7. They then give themselves a little bit of a streak. They get 5 rounds in a row. It's nil, been answered back by 2. And Vinny's got cash and No Way's got cash. But if you're the 9Z boys, you're thinking this is on. We're starting to generate quite a bit of impact from Lucan.
Yeah, it's game on at this point. 9-all.
I wouldn't mind a half here. Even a hero, I could kind of get behind. Try and bring some punch into this buy.
Bit of utility for Vinny, SMG for Tri, upgrade pistols, so yeah, half buy around the save them 4. Damage and steal, that's what you're looking for Imperial. Round 19. So he's again a little bit of aggression moving up towards Banana for 9Z, but no resistance. Imperial's like they're passive on their lines here. Recognizing that the Angels are just not going their ways. Maybe it's best to play a bit more of a passive approach.
Now, No Way is in a one-for-done position. Because he's so aggressive out on the porch, he just needs to keep fighting until he falls.
Utility to come his way. Molotov sent down towards quad. Sees 2. They almost line up for him. He just gets the 1-for-1. Tri moves closer though. Players right around this corner of the smoke. Men not moving closer. He'll upgrade to that AK. The P250 Uccello. The flank is on. Adam S is going down. Another rifle to play with. They try and escape the ire. A re-smoke comes up. Players close, and Cello gets a ton of damage. Doesn't get a kill for it. Lucan takes 2 back. It's a 2v2 with the A site being opened up by the man. But a low HP, this 5-7, gonna kill at close range. He's smoked off.
Yeah, that's sloppy there from the CTs. Timing was good as they come out through the smoke, and now they've seen the last player, Martinez, is low.
Going for a bit more cover, but he lands on SHR. Vinny from range will get his headshot instead, and that's the half-buy steal that gets Imperial back in the lead.
Well, thank goodness Vinny can clutch, because that was poor from Imperial. Let's just take a moment to reflect on that round. So they've cleared out Boiler, they've upgraded to an AK, Re-smoke is just about clearing out there in the brackets. I don't mind the rotation away making noise. I think that's fine there from Tri. But you can't have your back turned, can you? You've got to have your weapon drawn just in case. And right there, they got caught napping. That was Lucan stepping up to the plate of 2 players that were not expecting aggressive moves through that bracket smoke and was nearly a recovery. that would have probably been a tilting round. That probably would have lost Imperial Inferno. With how this streak is going, even though it's only a lightened buy, I think mentally that would have checked them out. Vinny's given them a lifeline. He's given them some hope at the end there at the clutch.
Imperial getting a boost from what was their bottom fragger at the moment it happened. But he now actually out fragging even no way at 7 and 8. CT side. Need that one last little push towards the end. They're starting to do damage towards 9Z early. Utility down on Lukin, 33 points of health, max to 76. Smokes on at the retaking nades, the counter HEs, and the T side will try and block any aggression from Imperial, but they're just going to respect those smokes and fall back.
Well, Imperial have realized that we've been caught too many times fighting towards the sandbags and top banana within the first 20 seconds of the round. So let's just use our anti-rush util of the incendiaries, use our retaking util, and then take the space back. And that just means that Lucan is going to be disrupted. Martinez should be able to win this AWP fight against Try, and indeed he does.
Even though you did the early damage, you're still not able to find that opening kill. Martinez was ready. His teammates will start to move. You've got Vinny and SHR as the two defenders, one on site, one off site. AUG and M4.
Now, the worry here with the big pit, mini pit setup is that there could be a brackets walk into CT. So even though you can stall for time, in the back of their minds, the opportunity of a wraparound could be here.
That smoke is well placed. Vinny's also got an incendiary. Might put that down as soon as the execution starts coming in. SHR, hope the wall play, anti-flash, AUG, sprays manically, does some damage. SHR comes up with 1, 2, and 3! That's a hero-like play with Vinny providing support from the side. Martinez is all alone. Close quarters from one man, he lands that no-scope, but he's lost too much and time is low, 10 seconds to it. He can't grab the bomb, he can't plant it, he can't get all 3 of these kills in time, and Imperial will look to hunt him down after time. The flashes are in, they're closing in the pincers, and Martinez just defends himself, just stays alive.
Well, we've now seen 2 rounds in 2 maps in which there has been raw, legitimate X Factor from SHR. I remember that round on Nuke where Vinny, out there in the main position, got a couple of kills, and then SHR was down there in the vent, and he ended up getting 3. Dropped Martinez, dropped the bomb, caused some real panic. We've now just seen what he's been able to do there on B. That was a difficult round. You don't have a lot of space, you're working around the util, and the spray control is excellent for the amount of damage he was able to provide.
A man who was given trial by fire in the Tier 1 atmosphere. Clearly hardened his metal. He shows up big time for the Imperial side. It's Trider strikes first this time for them, however. 9Z down on Martinez. The AWP v AWP battle going well for the CT side. Cello ready to see them popping out of boiler and mid brackets.
Just consider they've had to win a 1v1 clutch and then an SHR 3K on B. These have not been clean rounds by Imperial by any stretch, but they've got themselves in a driving position, a winning position.
A minute to play with. 9Z are starting to walk. Smoke's in the way as SHR tucks behind it. Hasso Peak checking out the cubby corner. Smoke towards the archers as well. Vinny's going to get blocked off. Martos sent towards SHR position. Oh, they burst fire. The Hasso Peak thinking it was all just a search for info. Didn't go for the full-blown spray. Couldn't get the kill for it. Finally, the man's been traded, but it's still down by a player with 2, 3 players to deal with on the side defensive. No way. Part of the crossfire with Cello. Vinny also gets involved. All 3 men get their picks as a teammate from Imperial that sets them up on map and match points.
And we need to take a moment to reflect on the disappointing second halves that 9Z have had. They really didn't show much from that 9-7 lead out on Nuke. We've now gone over to Inferno, and yeah, sample size is small, but they've only won 2 T rounds. It doesn't matter about the context on who's winning clutches and who's making X Factor. You just have to look at the score and say that 9Z have competed in the first halves, but let themselves down in the second.
DC in the early portions of this round, so we'll get a restart going before we go any further. Hell of a great timing there from the 9Z side to break momentum on Imperial, because they've really, really spoiled up the threat here in this game. I am expecting him to try and take it from here. 9Z fought so well to try and bring this map back, to try and return some favoritism, but Imperial, one of our bracket favorites, are just showing exactly why they are that from the word go in the first map. And here in the second, it's been a little bit of a closer affair, yes, but they are still on for the win.
This is Imperial's first chance to be able to get a 2-0. They went 2-1 versus Elevate, 2-1 versus the Red Canids. Could be a 2-0 against 9Z. Try setting up some early util for his rifler to put some anti-rush util down from mid. Max doesn't get much of an opportunity. Flash around the corner, Banana being taken really slow. Even Lucan, he's been one of the guys that's given them chances when it comes to opening picks towards Banana. You're working with a Galil in round 22.
HE placement perfect in apps, and the smoke timing even better for Try. He tries to fight, and Hasso Peak loses his life. 4 more kills to go from Imperial, and they might start feeding themselves into this long cubby corner player. Tries moving in with the AWP. He's found the bomb carrier. Wallbang headshot to Martinez. Smoke coming out for Cello. Body blocked by Max. They know there's a player close. Adames will fight on Try and win one back. But they're still down a man.
Now, this is where No Way just needs to stall. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible, because he's not getting much help from the long players with that resmoke down. Even Vinny's playing very defensively on B. He knows that he's got to sit back, and they're going to retake brackets. The timing is going to be good, because it's not going to be a kill, but it's going to tell them that there's nothing here. And that's when you can start getting players down towards bottom Banana and getting them ready against the B hit.
Problem is the B hit could come in real thick and fast, and it could be all Vinny all alone for the defensive. Smoke start coming in. He's got no counter util. They're going to walk contact it. Vinny's going to wait for as long as he feasibly can. Check for Lucan. Now the Shire, good burst, headshot gain, another backstabbing closing on Adames. Max has got no chance, dealt with by Vinny. Appropriate that he, the impact man of the late game, delivers the final killing blow. 13-9, 2-0 from Imperial. They move forward to the upper bracket finals. Second chance is available for 9Z, but it's lower bracket elimination from here.
Imperial have now won 12 out of their past 14 best of threes, and when we consider the newer lineup since bringing in the likes of Cello and SHR, they've lost just a single series, and that was an opening group stage game in a most recent local tournament. Outside of that, they have been beating everybody. So this run of form looks really solid from them. They've looked even stronger in this best of 3 than what they did in the last. They didn't get taken to double digits on map 1 or map 2. So definitely some positive signs moving forward for our tournament favorites of Imperial.
And you've gone from a head-to-head against 9Z that went down to 3 maps to decimating them in 2, looking real confident in doing so. Yes, there was resistance posted up by the opposing force, but you just ended their 6 best-of-3 winning streak. Now you've got a 6 best-of-3 winning streak of your own. With the way this match has played out, honestly, this just confirms my sort of feelings about the nature of our 2 top seeds, right? Imperial, one of our tournament favorites, and this just more proof to the pudding on that much.
And knowing that Imperial have been together for only 3 tournaments now, they've qualified for something in every single one. They qualified to the closed qualifier in Thunderpick. They've qualified to a local LAN. Surely 3 from 3, there's another qualification on the line. Now, they're going to have some tough series to continue. The upper bracket final, where most likely you'll be taking on the Legacy organization. But then you would assume, depending on how the bracket plays out, even if that is the upper bracket final, that's probably going to be the grand final as well. So Imperial know that there's some tough games ahead of them.
Well, we'll see whether or not they do actually end up taking on Legacy. Right now, them and Sharks are going blow for blow on the mainstream. 11-9 is the scoreline on map number 2. Legacy do lead the charge in the series in general, but Sharks are ahead on that particular map scoreline. Elsewhere, 2-game eliminated Selva. It's a 2-0 series of their own right. And the final map is about to take place between Odic and Red Canids. So we're the first stream down today, Dwayne. It feels like Karma has given us a little bit of justice from the absolute marathon that was D-stream yesterday.
Well, I'd like to see what 9Z are going to look like against 2-game, because I think 2-game looked out of their depth against Sharks. And I kind of said it at the time, I don't think that was a PKL special and hard out. I think they normally perform at a much higher level. You would expect a pretty easy and clean game from Max and Co, but I'd like to see just how much they get tested in that series.
We'll get to find out in tomorrow's proceedings when our lower bracket quarterfinals will return here on the B stream action. But remember, still 3 more matches going on, so make sure you check out our other channels and see all the Counter-Strike action here from the South American closed qualifier for the ESL Pro League. For us here on Channel B, that's it for now. We'll be back here tomorrow as the South American qualifier will roll on even more.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Leslie.
Waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of